Very good afternoon, everyone. Again, I want to welcome everyone on third day of 7 days, third edition of 7 days faculty development program on current trends in forensic science education and career goals. Theme: enhancing skills for employability and entrepreneurship and interdisciplinary approach. So now I want to describe about today program. Today five plenary session. First session by Professor B.P. Mishra, adjunct faculty of NUJS Kolkata. He is Deputy Director and Scientist D of Document Center Forensic Science Laboratory, Kolkata, India. Second plenary session by Dr. Tarakant Jana, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, New Delhi. His plenary session on importance of patent on startup performance and its potential for futuristic forensic services, which is very important for the startup idea, uh, startup candidates in the field of forensic sciences and allied sciences. So that is also important about the patent, to know about the patent. Next plenary session by Professor Dr. G.S. Sodhi. He is the ex-professor of Department of Chemistry and Forensic Science, SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi. His plenary session on chemical method for detection of latent fingerprints, evolution from surface specific to broad spectrum ones. Fourth session by Mr. Gregory J. Williams, President of Caribbean Association of Forensic Sciences. His plenary session on crime scene and evidence management. And today's last session by Director Forensic Science Laboratory, Panaji, Goa, Dr. N.P. Wagmare, related to forensic ballistics. So now I want to welcome Professor B.P. Mishra to start his session. So welcome to sir, and this is our privilege. He is with us uh, in the office, okay, from the host institution only. Sir, please. So I'm going to share my camera to him. Just I'm going to share your session, your lecture. Yes. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for giving me this opportunity. I am BP Mishra, a retired Deputy Director, CFSL Kolkata, and presently I am attached with the NUJS. And I thank you for joining this. I want to share some of my experience in document examination, but the routine methods, the routine cases, I am not going to discuss here because authorship, forgery, fixation, okay, it is a okay, it is okay. Someone is giving authorship or someone is not giving some reasons because experience also matters in this case. But my cases are very unusual that I wanted to share with you so that I can share some of the things to you. And this is a one case. Directly, I am going to the case study because the time is very short. This is actually a real case where the lower signature at the time that was utilized for the preparation of another signature and that actually superimpose each other. So we have to be very careful while examining the checks, all the signatures wherever are there. We have to superimpose try to superimpose if any forgery is there, but fortunately we are getting examination of documents actually involves entirely your experience besides the knowledge. Since you are experienced person, you have to do many things so that all labor you have to put. So this was also done, whether it is superimposing. So one signature is superimposed. So the case becomes very easy to solve this case. So one is superimposing, it means it is a trace signatures. It means these all corrections were not made by someone else has done it. Though the authorship is very difficult, but the forgery proved. Now this is a case of it looks difficult at the first instance, but when we use some filters, that time you will find this is a case of actually addition of some documents. So here the figure 9, I think ink is also different, little bit different. Intensity is also different. So that under magnification, we can see. And here also, this A and K, the intensity of this ink, tint of this ink is different than this one. So previously it was written rupees word is already there, and he has written ek, and this was further added. So just by using one filter, you can separate this and you can solve this case. This is a case of a traced forgery. Size, shape is also matching. And this happens when a passport cases previously, where then the photo was affixed on it. When the photo was affixed, that time what happens when a stamp was also put. So there is a difference in the surface of the photograph as well as the paper. So there is a gap, there is a non-ink area. This is an indication of the genuineness. This area, this blank space must be there. But while refixing the photograph, the forger forgets that this things happens when the stamp is affixed. So I am not showing the case, the sample I have shown you. If this happens, so the forensic expert must keep in mind that there must be a natural gap. That gap is to an indication of genuineness. And this is also a case of insertion. Though many features are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, serial number 4, then again 4. So clearly this is indication that this line was added subsequently, but we have to prove it. So here the signature touches this line. And here is already a signature. It means when this line was added, he has put another signature. And the question is there whether the line that was encircled here was done prior to this writing or after the encircling this writing was added. So another one of the thing is that you have to find out the spectra of this thing, or you have to see under microscope whether it is on the top or the red is line on the above. So here, this is a microscopic view. Here you can clearly see that this blue ink is over the red ink. It means red line was drawn first and later on this line was added. So a special discount was got So the tender is in his favor. So simply under magnification, but see, if a case is submitted that there is a crossing of line, that time we presume that this is a difficult case. But the document expert, without seeing or instantly, should not express any opinion. He should work on it, and the result is here. We have also solved this case. At the time when the printing devices were on our table, that time people also started forgery. So one signature was scanned and they have put on a letter. This letter is very important letter. So when it is magnified, you can see there are lots of dots inside. This is under filter so that you can see the black lines. Otherwise, it is a blue signature and in between there is a black. So some filter was used and see dot is already there. It means this signature is not a manuscript signature, but actually a printed signature scanned from some other source and it was affixed on it. So later we come. But in actual letter, it is very difficult to identify. Just by magnification, you must know the fundamentals of this type of printing technologies, inkjet, laser printer, other thing, Xerox also. So this is one of the thing you can identify. So all dots are present here. So the case is solved. This is also a case of Canara Bank. Just to see the holes, paper guiding, these holes are actually guiding the paper, and so typing is perfectly done. And here you can also see it is just not at the appropriate place. Here it is very uniform, where it is someone haphazard way. This is the microscopic view, and this is the forged one. So he has manually punched it to look like that. And here the cuts are some with zigzag formation. And when we see this also, genuine versus fake, this side is a fake one, color Xerox, and this is the original, whatever is later press printing is there. That time it was there. And this number is also color Xerox. This is a case of artificial aging. This portion looks old, and this we have received in this condition only. Here we can see some fiber because it is a torn edges are there. And here when we magnified this side area, we found that this is a whiter compared to this. And the matrix paper, and see the condition of the edges of the paper, it is intact. If this is an older document, then this may have damaged at this point, but it is actually not there. Only thing is that you have to prove it. So luckily we got this area. Otherwise we have to scrap it. Here also we are getting something. Here the strength of the paper is also much more. So it's a case of artificial aging. This is also a case of build-up document. This area has been added. Here we are adding. This is we have drawn the lines. See, this is exactly.
We have drawn the lines. How about a web search for it?
And here a scale when it has been put, just to see the scale, it is going downward. It means these lines were added subsequently. Once the paper has been moved, and further you cannot add. If you are adding, you cannot maintain the line spacing, line alignment. So this alignment is very clearly seen from here. From top to downward it is going. So line of insertions is there. This is actually UV features is there in all genuine checks. Fake case, there is a this much clarity will not be there or something. This is also a case of State Bank of India check. So genuine. This is a Canara Bank. So the other document when we will see that I am not showing here. But genuine is very clear and fake is something different than this. Some feeble marks are there. This is a watermark, but actually it is not a watermark. It is not the light is passed through, light from the top. When the light from the top is there, you can see all these things. It means it is not a watermark. It is a property of paper. It is not a property of paper. It is a printed one. And actually this was the scam. All fake stamp paper case. This is. So this type of things were there. And that time this sample was also collected because this was also there. So it clearly shows that there is a UV feature, there is UV fiber, here is also written. It was collected later on. But this is only a sample. This is also a case of scanned signature and it was pasted on the check. When you will see under magnification, there is a no line quality. So very clearly you can say all come by toners. This is also the same stamp paper case, but this is actually screen printed. Just showing you the feature where you can see that it's a screen. This is a screen. So ink is pressed through on the screen printing. And here this is a web of that screen. So this is a screen. And the ink is very viscous, thick ink. See the thickness. And these are the genuine fake one, this one. So all type of stamp, and this is a fiber of that screen. Because the ink is very viscous. So it is also pasted here. And it is joined. Everywhere you can see the fiber. Everywhere. Even this also. You can scrap this. Because it is a deposit. Screen is actually deposit. Ink is deposited. Fake certificates. See this one. Under ultraviolet light. So paper itself is not genuine. This is okay. This is okay. This one is okay. This is both too. This is also exam paper. See what happens here. 2-0. And when magnified, this is happening. You have to put labor on the documents and you can find out all these things. This is 100 rupees note, hidden images under infrared light. You can get that one. This is also a scanned signature, but here it was just washed to look like that this is a signature made by pen. But actually it is not that. It is a scanned signature and ink actually from that it has moved. Of course, some liquid has also been applied. But what if this type of things are there, then we can see that this is actually ink and that has been spread. So it shows that this is a genuine document for the other than the forensic experts. But when examined, this is actually not the ballpoint ink. Actually, it is a scanned signature and this is a movement of this pigment fiber because of the application of some water or any other chemical maybe. So force letters were prepared in this way. See, this is the State Bank of India logo and this is a fake case. Paper itself is different. This is a genuine one. See the printing quality. And here also, line edges, these edges are not very sharp. Here the edges are very sharp. Clear cut images. See these areas, very clear cut. And here, even you can see that actually this is not a, this is ink, liquid ink. It has been absorbed in the paper surface. But actually this is a toner and composed of, see, magnification is not possible, but the dots you can visualize. Color is also a little bit different. More newer, new, it is a new document. Some light effect is also, you see this area, looks pale, dull. But here, it is a very bright. See, this signature is not fixed, but this is fixed. Authorship of this is also fixed. Because the pattern is not available, but this is available. So many features are there, relative size and proportion, fluency is there, but this pattern is not there. So we could not fix the authorship of this, but this was fixed. Nowadays, one geographic documents are also coming to us. So whether we should opine or not, this is previously we are giving opinion that it is subject to the condition that these are the original reproduction if the authorship is fixed. But for negative, there are many features. If the formation of the letter itself is different and you are finding that signature looks freedom, say free, then the negative opinion you can, to some extent, you can also give. But you must be very sure that it is not a cut, copy, paste document. For that reason, we are giving that this is a subject to the condition of the original reproduction. Any question? और तो लेफ्ट हैंड का राइटिंग रिजल्ट निकाल इसको मिनिमाइज करिए, तो लेफ्ट हैंड का उसको दिखा दें। See this one. अच्छा, इसी में नेक्स्ट स्लाइड आ जाएगा ना, नेक्स्ट आ जाएगा ना, नहीं आएगा, ओनली दिस वन। ठीक है, तो सैंपल निकालना, फिर इसी में सैंपल भी है। सी दिस हियर, सी दिस छ कुछ, सी द फॉर्मेशन, दिस इज अनअकस्टम्ड हैंड राइटिंग, सी दिस ट, that's uncontrolled, see this ha, दूसरा इसको बंद कर देंगे, नेक्स्ट वाले तो वो है ना अलग अलग ही, जो वाला स्टॉप, दूसरा वाला इसके बाद, हाँ इसका, और इसके बाद वाला दिखाइए, और S3 S1 में, हाँ, और हाँ ये वाला, इसको ये see the features of this cha, same, see this feature of ha, same, this ha. So left hand unaccustomed handwriting, and this is accustomed handwriting, even though the features are similar. So from this we can also opine, but we have the another sample with us, and to what extent it is suitable, that we don't know, because it depends on the how the person and what is the ability of that writer. Anyhow, this feature is still coming here. See this kuch. The same thing. But here you also see this one. So the features doesn't change. So unaccustomed handwriting and accustomed handwriting, they are, if the writing text is same, so you can get many things. They have got the, we have got the sample also, but this we are not sure sometime. But this feature is okay. Here is this writing ability. Only thing is that you have to assess to what extent the disguise is there. So here it is also freely, easily written. So this is better standard than this one. So this is also a left-hand case. Any question? ये तो ऑडिबल नहीं हो रहा है कोई किसी कुछ क्वेश्चन नहीं है कोई नहीं कर रहा है
Audience, any question?
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Afternoon,
Ma'am,
sir.
good afternoon, ma'am. You can if it is feasible, please on your camera and ask your question.
Sir, I'm unable to on my camera. Can I just go with the audio part?
No, ma'am, please try.
Sir, I have a question that as you have told me, right now I am learning what from I can get your I can get from your session is that कि मतलब जो features होते हैं they are the same even the writing is done from the left hand or from the right hand. So what my question is, if the posture is changing, is there any significant difference between the natural variation जहाँ पे हम genuine writer को पहचान नहीं सके या पहचान सकते हैं, तो क्या posture का इतना उस पे इफेक्ट आता है कि उस पे हम genuine writer को identify कर पाए?
We have the extended writing na here 1 or 2 page writing as the more 8 to 10 lines are there. So I have shown you the right hand, that is right hand actually writing, which was
Yes.
mentioned the left hand and right hand. Even though right hand is comparable with the left hand writing.
Okay.
Because the standard you have seen just S3 and S4, these two standards, that person himself has disguised this. So that writing, we are not getting every features there. We can say that this is, but right hand writing is more suitable in this case because left that the question document, it was written very carefully and freely. There was no more attempt to disguise to change the feature. But in the standard, he wanted to change it in order to hide his identity, that if any case the authorship is negative, but right hand writing is perfectly matching with question document.
Okay, sir, but what I can conclude from your session is that कि जो features होते हैं basically those are similar even the person is changing his hands, correct?
Yes, correct.
So basic features are correct. So my question
Basic
is
feature
कि अगर postures भी change होते हैं, for an example कोई sitting में लिख रहा है या कोई same hand से ही खड़े होकर लिख रहा है या किसी different surface पे लिख रहा है या conveyances में लिख रहा है, तो क्या उसके genuine features same रहेंगे या degree of natural variation इतना ज्यादा रहेगा कि genuine writer को भी हम पहचान नहीं सके?
This may happen. This may happen कि genuine writing को पहचाना नहीं जा सकेगा, ऐसा हो सकता है. But see,
Okay.
you have to see the case to case, na. In this case, we are successful. In many cases, maybe it is possible, not possible. But this is a clear case.
Okay, sir.
We are
Thank you.
able, but changing on the surface and pane, these are okay. But the extended writing is there that it's not feasible to for him to change all the features. So if the extended writing is there, authorship is always there.
Okay,
Here
sir.
we have
Thank you.
got the sufficient. Otherwise, we have to demand for some more material, and the question document itself is limited, and the features are not there. Then the expert is unable to frame any opinion.
Okay, sir.
See, nowadays, what happens? The writing instrument has come in the market. We don't have any sample with us, but point is that when the writing sample, writing pen is there, human hand is giving some pressure on the while writing. So point is that that writing instrument, whatever is available in the market, can change the pressure while executing the writing strokes? No. It is a uniform pressure. But when we write, that time what happens? We are changing the pressure. Upward, some different pressure, downward, some different pressure, while connecting, the pressure is also releasing or increasing, something is there. That variation is not available in the writing instrument. So it is just like a printed signature. That type is also there. But so far we have not received the cases, so I don't have any sample for that. But you can put question to me if you have any problem. Otherwise, see, in document simple forgery, trace forgery, simultaneous forgery, these are okay. You can, if you are giving some time, you can come to a conclusion. But in these cases, what I have shown you, if you are not knowing the entire technology, then it will be very difficult to you to identify the genuine versus force. So every day you have to update yourself. Even I am always not successful in cases. Or worry.
Any other question from audience?
Sir, I have a question, if I may. Hello, am I audible?
Camera.
Audible.
Yes, you are audible. You may proceed with the question.
Uh,
Sir is listening.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your session, sir. So I just wanted to ask, the way we have in fingerprints, that there are 8 characteristics are required for establishing comparison. Is there any accepted number of characteristics given in document? Maybe there is a general large acceptance for a report to be having the same authorship for 2 handwritings or signature to have same authorship. Do we have
No.
any numbers which is largely accepted in the courts for considering that authorship coming from the same person?
Actually, nowhere it is mentioned 8 character or 10 characters required, but one is not sufficient. One is not sufficient. See, handwriting examination is a qualitative examination. You have to prove that quality. But one character is not, say, one feature is very highly peculiar. So based on that, you can give, that is not okay. But you have to add some features. So 8, 9 character is okay. But it is not that only 8, 9 character number is to be given. Quality is to be given, whatever the highly individual feature is that you have to describe. But the safer side, you have to describe more.
As
You have
much
to
as
give
possible.
as much as possible, so that the correct opinion is coming out, and it is, you can also prove that people also believe you. You have given so many features, but one feature is not sufficient. One difference is there that you can say different, but one feature, characteristic feature, for that, basing on that you are giving opinion, that is not justified. You have to add something. And
Following my question, sir, if there is a disguised writing, it will have differences also and similarities also. So, for proving the authorship of an individual in a disguised writing, that he might have given the same signature knowingly that he wants to hide away his characteristics. So, does it needs to have more number of characteristics which prove the 2 signatures to be of the same author, or maybe lesser number compared to the differences will be sufficient?
no, that you require more. You require more. No? Disguise writing is there, then based on the disguise writing, you should not fix the opinion. You have to prove that these are the basic feature, from that this disguise is happening. You have to find out that thing. If you are not finding that you will not be able to give the authorship. But if the sample is not disguise or other thing, then you have to ask for, if the question itself is disguise, then you have to search that features there. if in the question itself you are finding that this peculiar letter is a disguise, to what extent variation, if it all depends on the expert, you have to find out that thing. If it is there, then only you can fix the authorship. Otherwise, don't go for the authorship. See, only on disguise writing I am giving, no, I am finding the characteristic from that. That you have to search for. When you are saying
you.
it is a disguise, it means that there is some basic feature from that departure has occurred. So that you have to find out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other question? Participants, any other question? No. Thank you so much, uh, dear participants, all honorable faculties, scholars, research scholars, and scientists for your interactive interaction with eminent resource person and asking questions related to their specialization. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Mishra, for your very valuable talk related to examination of question documents. That is very difficult and that is very from case to case. Thank you very much for your very nice session, very excellent session. Okay, excellent session. Thank you very much. So now I'm moving for our next technical session, plenary session. So I want to welcome Dr. Tarakant Jana, sir. So over to you, Shrutika, for introduction of our next eminent resource person.
Uh, yeah, good afternoon, respected faculty members and research scholars. Today marks the third day of our FDP program. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for the today's session, Dr. Tarakant Jana, a distinguished senior principal scientist at CSIR and ICPR, New Delhi. Dr. Jana has made significant contributions to the scientific community, particularly in the areas of innovation, entrepreneurship, and policy research. Dr. Jana brings a wealth of expertise and expertise to our virtual platform. As a senior principal scientist, he has played a pivotal role in advancing scientific research and fostering effective science communication and policy development. With a career dedicated to pursuit of knowledge, Dr. Jana has contributed significantly to science community, leaving an indelible mark on his field. His research and insights not only have expanded our understanding of various scientific disciplines, but also influence policies that shape the landscape of science communication. Uh, uh, Dr. Jana has PhD from the Banaras Hindu University. Today, we are fortunate to have him guide through his interests of our program. So, before delve into our session, I encourage all the participants to actively engage in this program and ask questions and make the most of this learning opportunity. So, thank you so much, sir. We welcome you, sir. Sir has joined, right?
Yes, Arjun, we can wait for few minutes. Huh?
Sure. Sure.
No internet. Then
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, thank you, sir. IT team, please make co-host. I think Dr. Tarakan sir is co-host, but unable to on the camera. जी sir.
सर यहाँ से तो राइट है.
You are not audible, sir. अब rejoin करेंगे क्या? काम नहीं था.
Also,
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir. You are visible. You are visible and also audible. Thank you, sir.
वेरी गुड थैंक यू. आज हमारा 2 मीटिंग था, उसमें मैं
अच्छा.
फोन में उसमें बिजी था, तो इसीलिए मैं सोच रहा था जल्दी
पेपर इधर स्टार्ट कर दो.
नहीं रुक जाने दो, वो बाद में करेंगे. अभी क्या वो हो सकता है बताएंगे थोड़ा सा.
Yes, sir.
तो आपका जो फर्स्ट स्पीकर उनका लंच करा दो, करा दिए.
बस सर जा ही रहे हैं.
हाँ बिल्कुल. सर का नाम का क्या है, वो जो आपका इसका पहले प्रेजेंट किए.
लीजिए सर, बात ही कर लो.
हाँ.
बीपी मिश्रा.
प्रणाम सर, आपका नाम बहुत सुना हूँ. और ये तो हमारा माने सौभाग्य है जो आप लोग से मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक नहीं मिल रहा हूँ.
नहीं, आइए, कभी आइए, कलकत्ता में आइए.
बिल्कुल. और दिस इज अ वेरी कटिंग एज एरिया. अब कहना लॉट ऑफ न्यूज एंड लॉट ऑफ ये हो रहा, जो हर स्टेट में फॉरेंसिक फाइल बढ़ते जा रहा और मैन पावर है नहीं. तो उसका कहीं ना कहीं है कि ये करना पड़ेगा, क्यों ना डिसिप्लिन को भी बजा के रखना है और एट द सेम टाइम नई एंट्रेंट्स को अट्रैक्ट करना है. देयर आर मोर सो एंड द डिसिप्लिन इज आल्सो द स्टैंड अलोन डिसिप्लिन नहीं है. इट इज ए मिक्सचर ऑफ मेनी डिसिप्लिन्स. सो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू. आप लंच कर लीजिए और
ठीक है, आप कभी कलकत्ता आइए तो हमसे मुलाकात करिए.
बिल्कुल. थैंक यू.
ठीक है.
थैंक यू.
So, thank you, audience. Now we are welcoming our next eminent resource person, Dr. Tarakan Jana, senior scientist. So, over to you, sir. Please.
Thank you. And thank you, Amarnath, and the MET who is hosting this type of faculty development program and bringing lot of talents, lot of think tanks, lot of resource person to this program. And I have gone through this program meticulously. It was designed, and I find always a pleasure when I talk about talk on MET's platform. I am proud. I have good continuous good relationship with MET, and MET I love MET, and MET also loves me. So it is a reciprocal relationship, and we are in a government, we are in CSIR, so we find that MET grow, as well as the institutes working on forensic science, they also take the advantage of MET and other like-minded institutions for the growth of the discipline, growth of the industry, growth of the for general people who are the stakeholder of the forensic science. So I myself already introduced by Amarnath. I am a senior principal scientist and professor ACSIR, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. and we do some work which is not really naturally the traditional discipline people do not know also. So and my topic was given to me, importance of patent on startup performance and its potential for futuristic forensic sciences or forensic services. So I will go through go to this lecture through three phases. First phase will be talking about patent and what is happening in forensic science and globally and locally, that is India. Then I will go how forensic patents inculcating or promoting the startup as well as startup entrepreneurship and innovation. Finally, I will go some case studies or some snapshots of what is happening globally. So I will start with the first slide. So just give me 30 seconds to open my presentation, then I will go through it. Slide.
Yes, and
Okay.
share video.
So before starting, I want to I came to know from the host Amarnath that the audience is a mixture. A good number of chemistry people is there, good number of forensic people is there, good number of general people is also. General means that they are not aligned to the forensic science, but they are also participants. So my presentation will be to taking into account of three groups of audiences. So mostly I will talk about the very specific topic, that is patent, and how patent is important in nowadays. So before going to discuss about patent, I will define patent as well as its related aspects of startup. So when we talk about patent, then we define patent. What is patent? Patent is a specific document or information which that one has to disclose before the public authority. In that public means the before the government. So people represent the government, and under government there is a Minister of Commerce come, and under Minister of Commerce the uh, uh, industrial policy and promotion comes. So under policy and promotion there is a Controller General of Patent, Design, Trademark in India. So when an inventor do some invention, he or she has to disclose the invention before the patent office. And as I have said, that patent office comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So the definition of public is definition of it is synonymous with government. So once a person who is working in academic institution or an industry or a grassroots inventor working on the particular invention, he has to disclose his invention in a format. That format I will describe later on. So that format, that is a document which may be 10 pages, which may be 5 pages, which may be 1 pages. So he has to disclose his invention before the government. Then government will examine it and give the right in the form of grant. So once the inventor who receives the grant, he is the owner of this invention. Once he is the owner of the invention, he can he can use for himself or starting a business by startup or entrepreneurship, but he has the right to exclude others to use, sell, resell, whatever mode. And how long? It is for 20 years. It is in common general consensus that 20 years. It is accepted globally. So this is a patent is a monopoly right disclosed before the government, and in return government is giving the rights to exclude others to use it. The document in the form of the document that they disclose, that is the document has the monopoly right. So like any other that properties, like we have a non-movable property like land, like other things in our house. Patent is also a kind of right that no long that up to 20 years it can be available. After that it will be free for everybody's use. So in defining patent, the associated definition also comes that what is startup. So startup is a small group of company starting in its initial years trying to solve a specific societal problem through its techniques or technology and services. So it is possible that 2 to 3 or maybe 5, a group of people, very small group of people, they may have developed some solutions and they can start a company by registering, and they can start these services to the society because society demands it or so much society badly needs it. So that startup can also be patent based, or the technology that they can keep it in a trade secret and go on for solving the problem to the society. So the in trade secret the danger is that if it is a 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 that little group, then it is okay and there is a agreement. But when they divulge this to before audience, when they do the service to society, then there is a tendency that it may be disclosed or leaked, and that technical know-how may go to others side, and finally others can also do the patent. So if these peoples are not filing patent, then they can have a disadvantage in the market. So this is there are two definitions we have to keep in mind when we go on the follow-up slides. So I have already discussed that what is patent. Now when I got the invitation, I have tried to understand that what is happening in the forensic science. So this is the data I have taken last 10 years, and I have tried to analyze that what is happening. So I have seen that filing patent not far away back, it is started or it is just taken up just that 2010, 11, 12, like that, and finally it rose up. So 2020, 2022 or 21, there is a peak period and lot of patent file on that period. So globally, I used the patent scope, which is a freely accessible database, and I got more than 5,000 patents. And from this patent, I derived this graph. So you see that from 2015 onwards, 2016, 17, 18, there is a complete cumulative rise of patent. So what it suggests? It suggests that the growth of the discipline, the growth of the technology, and the market of the technology, need of of this technology. As we know, the patent disclosed for
Sir,
reinventing the
sorry to
wheel.
interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Tarakan sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, actually, your slides are not moving. So could you like check that?
Okay. So
They
again,
are not
I'm
visible.
going to back. It is coming.
Actually, the first slide is visible.
Okay. So second is not visible.
No, sir, it's not moving.
So I just I am trying to again start. मैं move नहीं कर रहा.
हाँ जी.
Move कर रहा. नहीं
नहीं
कर रहा?
सर,
ओके,
नहीं
तो
नहीं।
देन व्हाट आई हैव टू डू?
आप
ओके,
स्लाइड्स के ऊपर क्लिक कीजिए। हाँ, अभी अभी मूव हो रहा है सर। यस,
हो रहा? अच्छा, ओके,
सर अभी हो रहा है सर।
ओके।
अब हो रहा है।
सो अभी अभी दिखाई दे रहा?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी।
Okay. So, so okay. So what is happening that there is a continuous growth of the forensic patents filing globally. Now I am going little deeper. So who are the geographic what are the geographical location that patent is coming? So when I find, I see it is USA, then the China and other few countries. They are the monopoly of this patent. So it suggests, and no African country or other countries are we will not see good number. India has 155 patent, but China compared to China it is 1,302. In US it is a top listed country 1,400. So it suggests that forensic patent growing in few pockets of the globe. So it should be dispersed. Technology has to disperse, technology has to grow evenly from all geographies, but it is not there. Then I also within the PCT countries I try to split the data and try to see. The thing is that among the PCT, that US is again the dominant player. After that UK and other countries. So in PCT I do not find China is dominating. So there is a so one can see the things why China is not filing in that PCT route is not following there. So now the Amarnath, it is visible. Hello. Okay. I have to confirm from Amarnath that it is visible or not.
Yes, the slide is visible.
Okay. So now I have tried to narrow down or the things that who is the owner of this patent. So globally, we are having more than 500 patents, and we see that is a continuous growth of patent. Then we also see that geographical location and distribution of these patents are coming from these places. Then who are they actually holding this patent? So I find the largest share is China Institute of Forensic Science, that is a public funded organization. Then, so it is a 36.37%. Then you will see there is a Academy of Forensic Science, that is UK. Then Institute of Forensic Tech, that Canada. Then later on you will find some National Forensic Science Service, Korea. So it is scattered. So China is the company or organization China which is in China. They are topping. Then there is a UK, then Canada, then Korea. So lot of patent holders we find. So one can connect these that they are the actually the inventor belongs to this company. They are producing patent. So I have only selected top 10. So there are many more. There is for making clarity, I took only top 10. So country also I took top 10. Similarly, I also take the companies the top 10. Later on, I tried to find out that who are the actually inventors globally producing these patents. So I find that these are the people. So a lot of that European people, lot of Chinese people, and lot of Korean people. They are also in the forefront and filing patents on forensic science. So then I try to understand that what are the disciplines, because that your forensic science or forensic science per se is a mixture of many disciplines. So what are the disciplines that is playing important role or people are filing under this discipline? So I see that as per the patent, that in a patent document, you will see that there is a patent classification. So I took 4-digit classification code. So I saw the testing process or enzymes or nucleic acid, that area, there's a lot of filing taking place. So there comes under chemistry. Then I saw digital data processing. So digital or IT, that is also, or that digital that technology, that also played the second, that almost similar to the first discipline, that testing, then DNA, then enzyme. So likewise, after that I saw that chemistry is playing important role. So I saw that analysis of material, other things. So after that, I saw the standalone biotechnology or microorganisms, enzymes, that also played an important role. After I saw transmission of digital information. So digital data processing and digital transmission of digital information, that also a quite good number of patent file on that area. Then I say that the diagnosis, then graphical data reading, then that optical, that chemical, again chemical, the specific discipline of the chemical, that is isomer, then chemical compound, then image data processing and pictorial communication. These are the top that 10 discipline. I find out that lot of patent file on this area. Now, what happened in India? So I have already stated that in India, in a first side, I am going again back. So if you see that 155 in a geographical location, India there, 155 patent from India filed. So among the 155, who are the actually filing? So again, I tried to understand the evolving situation. So I saw that from 2014 to 2022, I saw total large of patent, more than 40 patents filed in this year, 2022. So that suggests that lot of awareness happening in the forensic discipline to protect the invention. Instead of they are practicing forensic science, they are teaching forensic science, but lot of awareness happened to capture the market, to protect the invention. So that degree of awareness is a good moment for us, or that we are happy that forensic science, that discipline also, they are coming forward to file the patent. So this is a good thing. And our Stand Up India, Make in India, as well as so and that Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat. So that forensic patents is not lagging in any way in this area. So then I'm coming within the India, who are the actual people. So I try to connect it. So I saw, and the organization. So I saw there are good number of institutions, private and public, as well as good number of individuals filed patent. So here I saw National Forensic Science University is the largest filer. Then I saw also other individual also, Thomson's licensing, then Chitkara University or MIT University, and individuals, Lovely Professional University, CSIR also from our side also filed good number patent. Then I saw individual TM Rajesh, then PK Bharti, Pramod Kumar. So they are also contributing as an individual. They filed good number of patent. It suggests that there is a mixed responses or mixed representation in the capturing the or protecting the invention and capturing the market. Okay. So
Sir, sorry for the interruption, but the slides are not moving.
ओहो, कब से मूव नहीं कर रहा?
Sir, it's been, I guess, 15 minutes. It's not moving. It's only third slide. Yes.
कहाँ से? यहाँ से?
सर
slide पर है
slide
sir.
पे है अभी.
बीच
सर आप करंट स्लाइड पे क्लिक करके एक तो इसको थोड़ा सा अगर फुल स्क्रीन पे कर दे तो ये बेहतर हो.
ठीक है आ रहा.
जी सर बस फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए सर.
हाँ, तो एक एक करके मुझको करंट में जाना पड़ेगा, फिर फुल स्क्रीन करना पड़ेगा, है ना?
सर करंट पे क्लिक कर दीजिए आप फुल स्क्रीन पे, फिर आप कीबोर्ड से कर सकते हैं सर.
ठीक है
तो वैसे ही कर रहे हैं.
सो नहीं एक्चुअली क्या ना हो सकता है. तो आपको अभी दिखाई दे रहा? हेलो
ये सर दिखाई दे रहा है बट फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है सर अभी भी।
फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है।
जी
तो मैंने
हाँ जी सर, आप कर सकते हैं कंटिन्यू सर।
ओके
फुल स्क्रीन कर रही है मेरे।
ओके सो I am here. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is
Sir, slide
visible.
number 6,
So-
top 10 forensic inventors in the world.
Okay. So हाँ यस सो वर्ल्ड में चल रहे थे तो इंडिया का मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना। अभी आया टॉप फॉरेंसिक पेटेंट एप्लीकेशन इन इंडिया।
अभी वर्ड है सर, वर्ड वाली स्लाइड है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड करिए सर। हाँ, अब आ गया सर, इंडिया आ गया।
ऐसे
इंडिया आ गया ना। ओके so when I saw that in India that out of that 145 patents, that good number of patents filed from National Forensic Science University, then Chitkara University, then Lovely Professional University, your Amity University, from our CSIR, and good number of Thomson licensing, and good number of individuals also contributing and protecting the invention. Then I tried to see that who are the inventors in this area. So I saw a good number of people. They are coming forward and filing patent. So they belongs to the different organization, maybe standard or inventor. But it is showing that there is a good interest in understanding this market and protecting the invention. So now I also try to अमरनाथ जी दिखाई दे रहा?
जी सर।
Okay. So now again I try to split the issue, that discipline, and I saw that in India that good number of patent filed on digital data processing, graphical data reading, transmission digital information, computing arrangement, computational models, image data processing, diagnostic, then surgery, that is that maybe the diagnostic or the DNA or that area, chemical area that is happening, analysis of material or chemistry, so information communication technology, then testing, then pictorial communication. So I saw most of the soft development, that algorithm, digital, so digital invention is prominent compared to the chemical, physical or the other areas. So it is giving good things that our software and algorithm and our people is coming forward. So digital invention is a prominent area where Indian inventor is taking opportunity to file the patent. Now, in all these presentation, what I have seen that good number of R&D happened. Then there is a upscaling, pilot development, pilot preparation, then validation, and finally large scale demonstration of the project. So there is a scope that how to go forward from forensic technology in a fully sustainable and cost effective manner. Whether we are far behind or we are at par, I do not know. And what are the funding opportunity to bring this invention to the market? So जहां भी आप लोग को नहीं आएगा बताइएगा, क्यों ना मैं इस साइड में बैठा हूं, मुझे पता नहीं है, आई डोंट नो. So then I try to again split the issue that whether the research is going on in fundamental advanced research, that how transition is happening, how proof of concept is handholding with industry and bringing the product, what is the scale up. So these are the things that always hammer in my mind, and I'm trying to project it in this slide. Now, when we talk about startup, again the question comes that we have already defined that startup is a small group of people made a company outside as a private entity trying to solve a societal problem. Here societal problem is the forensic science service or forensic science and its nitty-gritty. So what are the future markets and how we are proceeding? So it is showing that there is a huge future markets, but product are not price competitive and it is not coming forward. Uncertainty, the standard operating procedure, that is also that is also a concern. Then the capital expenditure, that investment capex, that is also one of the important that cardinal point. And market also not very sure that what will be the regulation, whether these if I make a startup, then what are the regulatory framework I have to follow, because ultimately your forensic, all the evidence that will go to the court, then secrecy direction, secrecy, then putting before court, who are the actual. So you you will play as a backend service provider or front end service provider, how industry will recognize it. So there are many concerns. Maybe in forensic science it is maybe very clear, from outside it is not clear. Now question comes that when I am talking about patent, then what it brings us. So as we know, patent gives three information. One is technical information, though technical advance. One is legal information. So it gives your ownership. So enforcement and other follow-up actions. And it gives a market. So you have a intelligence and you have to serve the market. So these three things I have tried to aggregate in three headings. So utility and value status. Then phase of development, then the external condition, then the market. So in a patent document, if you go to the patent document, you will see there is a academic or the technical know-how as well as market know-how. So market dominance or market picture comes from outside, or technical that things that comes from the academic institutes. So why we do patent? We also, there is another way. One is we disclose the invention so that others should not do the same thing. Another is we attract the funding, we attract the investment, we signal the investor to invest it, because it's a strong document and strong signal. So here, that it is not specific to forensic patent, it is a general things. So we try to understand first order concept, second order themes, then aggregate dimension, then finally internal aspects and external aspects. I have made a hierarchy, and finally through internal aspects and external aspects, that investment decision carried out. Now I have posed questions that does patenting help new form of startup survival? I have gone different papers and I have seen that yes, when a patent is backed by a company or startup, at least they cannot be a bankrupt. They at least they prosper, or at least they go for merger or liquidation, but not bankrupt. So that suggests that patent is also a good indicator or signal where people at least will not be bankrupt if they have this backup with this invention in their portfolio or in their company profile. Then I also have gone literature screening and saw lot of IPO and lot of the startup. They are in different disciplines like biotechnology, semiconductor, nanotechnology, then software, then clean tech, IT. So these are the technology that lot of startup develop, but their main things is there, that there is the signal that sometimes patent citation, sometimes patent granted patent, sometimes patent application. So it gives a good impression that patent also bringing a good signal, so that investor come forward. And finally, investor, there are three kinds of investor. One is seed money that you can arrange from your own one colleague. Then you have to go for angel investor, then from venture capitalist, and finally you go to the IPO. So in all the companies, they are IPO backed, venture capital backed, or angel backed, or from their own seed money or family money. In all the things, patent is providing a good signal. So, so it cannot be that if it is happening in different these disciplines, then forensic science or forensics discipline cannot be isolated phenomena. It must be with forensic patent. Now, I have tried to take other the disciplines also, that how only I have talked a lot about patent, and patent is providing signal. So patent stand alone give the signal that is good, but patent along with trademark give a good signal. So I have tried to see that what are the disciplines. So in every area I saw that patent and trademark give a good signal. So and I saw that biotechnology, science and engineering, manufacturing, healthcare, artificial intelligence, data analytics, software, food. So these are the areas where a startup made, and startup made backed by patent and trademark, and they provide a big signal. So I also splitted this data to when the investment happened, there is a different rounds of investment, A round, B round, C round, like that. So what is happening in that phase? So it is a cycle. So at seed round, what happened, that good number of startups that is backed by patent. So different stages of financing, that use of trademark, use of patent, and use of trademark and patent. So if you see the graph, then you will see that in three things you will see that seed stage, patent is the trademark is a prominent thing. When comes to the patent, you will see that the over that you will see that good number of that there is a good trademark is there, but patent also contributing that funding, that attracting funding, and that mix also you will see that a good number. So it is happening in seed fund, early stage and late stage, and patent is a backbone. Patent and trademark is a backbone. Now I am coming to the overall trademark, only patent, and patent and trademarks. So when I see that early stage and seed stage, I saw there is a good correlation, or that is a good correlation, that a startup backed by patent and startup backed by patent and mark, that investment is happening in that stage. So we these are the things that we got from the world level, that picture. Now similarly you will see the national and European, the trademark, patent, and trademark, patent. So that seed stage and early stage backed by patent and trademark, that comfortably get the good funding compared to the non the funding that is not backed by. So again I saw that when the company or a startup go for exit, that means it is going to IPO. So what is happening? So that there is a good number of percentage that they are also backed by the patent is a backbone. So it is trademark, only patent, only trademark, and when you add patent and trademark. Now I am coming again comparison of trademark, patent used by sector. So here also you will see that biotechnology coming a prominent field compared to other areas. So and you will see lot of patent intensity in funding attraction. Same thing happening in different disciplines, and I also splitted this in different funding stages, and these are the things at sectoral level what is happening. So you will see that that sectoral level, that early stage, late stage, other things, that you will see that how the IP is playing important role. Now here is a good example. No IPR you see, and you see that when it uses patent, uses trademark and patent, uses only trademark. So when you take the patent into consideration, you will see there is a good correlation on different funding stages. So the purpose of this showing all these things suggest that patent is a good signal. Patent, if a startup is backed by patent or trademark, it can work well. It cannot be directly bankrupt. It can grow, or it can merge or liquidate, but it will not bankrupt. So this is a cautionary tale. Now I am coming to the other end of the things, that we patent is considered as intangible assets. So there are two other intangibles. One patent that is converted to technology. So there are other intangible, data as well as brand. Brand is projected by TM, a trademark. So if you see technology that contribute patents, technology also contribute copyright. So data contribute the copyright, also trademark. Technology also contribute in trademark, copyrights and trade secrets. Brand only contribute to the trademark, as well as brand also contribute to the trade secrets. So what happened, that there is intangible assets, there is a IP rights, and there is a protection. So you have a bundle of protection in permutation combination of data, technology, brand. Here you will get the protection of patents, trademarks, copyrights and trademarks. So there are bundle of protection and bundle of that IP, or heterogeneity of IP, heterogeneity of that IP rights. So these are the assets one can use for starting a business. So now I saw that nowadays good number of forensic company, they are coming, and they are only using digital forensics as a service. So and it is that digital forensic now playing a big role, even in bank, in stock market, in any area where you start anything, any misappropriation happens, immediately they ask for digital forensic to expedite it. Even the investor also, there is a shareholder driven investment, that also any individual or can go and put the complaint, and there could be that leakage of the information, or the insider trading, and many things happen. So digital forensic nowadays a big business, big services, and one can enter to it and develop some new services, new technical know-how, new patent, and finally start on business on this area. So the entrepreneurship domain is in forensic science. The entrepreneurship domain is a very vast domain. Now how can we take this opportunity, repurpose this opportunity, and serve the country, or simplify the people's life? That is an important aspect. So my giving this lecture to the audience is to sensitize about the area where we are working, sensitize the area where you people are working, what is going on globally, what is going on locally, how technology can be protected, and if you protect, then how can catch the investment. And this area, day by day, the importance of this area will grow, and lot of intermediate services will be needed. India is a big country, huge population, and every state there is a huge pending cases, and everybody say that there is a delay in forensic examination. Forensic people say we do not have a staff, we have no sufficient staff in different forensic science laboratory. So there is an opportunity that good number of startup can come forward, taking the queue in the market or taking the demand from knowing the demand from market, tie up with different forensic laboratory, and follow the standard operating procedure and serve them through non-disclosure agreement, so that their manpower problem will be sorted out. As a startup new entrepreneur, they will also recruit good number of people in their startup, and finally a beautiful solution can emerge. So and this discipline has a lot of scope, and I do believe that people in this area, in different hierarchy, from different levels, they will see these things, this suggestion, and bring forward, and ultimately if a person is accusing, or a person is in the as a end of the pyramid, asking for justice, and his justice cannot be delayed because of forensic things or forensic delay, here is a scope. You can come forward, help to different forensic laboratory, developing a startup, and give a quality service to the different forensic laboratory without asking a job from them. And you can also recruit a good number of people, and India will be strengthened in forensic science, and the country will also be self-sufficient in sorting its problem in its own way, without asking the abroad help or foreign help. Thank you. So am I audible? And now can you take few questions from the things? And I do not know whether a full slide was moved or not, but the thing is that from my end, whatever the things I try to give, and I have given.
So
I
participants,
saw 41 participants, so it is not bad. In this faculty development program, this is a good. Okay.
these are more than 50, sir, 16. So some are coming, going, coming, going.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
So thank you so much, sir, for your nice session related to patent.
Yes.
So session is open for question answer. Yes, audience, please ask if you have any doubt, any question.
In chat box, there may be two, what I do not know. Can you read it? There is a, in chat box, there is a red line 2.
Yes, sir. There one message from Dr.
Okay.
Monica. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Excellent presentation.
Okay. So it is not a question. Okay. There are two things, two impressions in my mind. One is people understood well, or people do not understand. So I don't know, but the thing is that even I have my email. You can upload it to them, so they can ask question through email also. And I want Amarnath, you ask one question, if not others.
Yeah, sure, sir. I have now 5 patents, sir, and I'm looking for more patents. But
Okay.
problem is that sometimes there is a problem of experiment
Yeah.
because I can copyright about idea, okay?
Uh-huh.
But patent, I need to execute that task, that objective.
Uh-huh.
So that will be helpful.
Okay.
So because only ideas is not going to patent. So innovation patent uh, in Australia government, there was some innovation patent also registered. But yes, in India, we need to perform the practicals, that experiment, and that is up to mark, that not uh, done by some older researchers. So difficulty is here about lab setup.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think in Amity you have a good atmosphere and you have
Good atmosphere, good
uh,
atmosphere. Now need to choose some innovative topic, problem-based topic.
yes.
And along with teaching, sometimes people are busy in teaching and guiding the research scholars. So from research, last 1 year, I was busy in administration. Like before MIT, I established Lloyd Institute of Forensic Science, and I was in Rashtriya Raksha University. So atmosphere was not related to innovation and patent. But yeah, I'm trying again after these 5 patents to apply next one.
What is in the even academic institution? We always busy in 70% our energy on teaching. You see, if you do not impart good teaching, that teaching is that skill will not come. Even they, if you are not giving good teaching, then finally they cannot also do the practical, and finally it does not lead to the patent. So teaching has to be very rigorous teaching. So the thing is that you have to increase the faculty as well as the laboratory atmosphere, as well as recruit good number of PhD student. So you stand alone cannot do. You have to make a group, and from your own effort you have done. You have filed 5 patents, and I also saw in the Amity in the picture. So naturally it is a commendable job you have done, or you are doing in the Amity.
Thank you very much, sir. And I will also ask something if required related to
Definitely,
forensic and
definitely.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, once again for accepting our invitation. And in future, I want to invite you in person. So thank you
Definitely.
very much, sir.
Welcome, and I will be available. When
Yeah.
I'm Amity invite, I always be there.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Nice day, sir.
Okay.
So now moving for the next session, technical session, plenary session by Professor Dr. G.S. Sodhi. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm here.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ms. Shrutika, please introduce about Sodhi, sir. Everybody know, forensic fraternity know very well, but as per the decorum, please introduce, sir.
Yes, sir. Participants, our next eminent resource person is Dr. Professor G.S. Sodhi. He has earned his PhD degree from Delhi University, and at present he is an associate professor in chemistry and forensic science at SGTB Khalsa College, Delhi University. He has published 100 research papers.
He's a professor, and also I want to introduce about sir. Sir is the also chairperson in PhD committee of MIT Institute of Forensic Science, and he started a forensic science program in Khalsa College. Here, Professor Dr. Anup Kapoor sir is also here. Welcome, sir. And he also run the forensic science program in Department of Anthropology. So very big personality here in this meeting. So once again, I want to welcome Professor Sodhi sir. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share my presentation.
Yes, sir.
So is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visual, sir.
Okay, I just like to. Okay, thank you so much, the Forensic Department of Amity University, and specifically Dr. Mishra for giving me this opportunity. My presentation, Chemical Methods for Detection of Latent Fingerprints, and I'll be tracing the evolution from surface-specific to the broad-spectrum ones. Well, fingerprints, as you all know, or most of you must be knowing, are the most infallible means of identification. If the evidence of the accused of the crime, of the suspects of the crime, if the evidence left at the scene of crime is collected by proper scientific protocol, then it is possible to develop the fingerprints of the perpetrator of crime. The evidence can be of varied types. It can be a porous item like paper or wood. It can be a non-porous item like metal or plastics. And sometimes, it is in between the two, it is semi-porous. The examples are polythene and glossy paper. Now, normally there are different techniques for developing fingerprints on each type of evidence. Our research focus on developing a single reagent that can detect fingerprints on virtually all types of evidence. And in this presentation, I shall highlight the evolution, as I said, from surface-specific to the broad spectrum ones. The whole science, the science of fingerprinting, is based on the premise that no two persons and no two fingers of the same person have got identical designs on their fingertips. And moreover, the fingerprints, they remain unchanged from birth till death. I'm basically a chemistry person. My specialization is not forensic science, but chemistry. But I started the research on fingerprints many years ago when I came across a crime report pertaining to the kidnapping of a girl child. She was 7 years old and was proceeding to her school from her home in Tennessee. She was waylaid by a few persons and carried to an undisclosed location by a car. Miraculously, she escaped the dungeon of the kidnappers and somehow managed to reach home safely. Must be an intelligent girl. Not only was she able to dodge the criminals, but she also got united with her parents. About 4 days later, the police found an abandoned vehicle in a suburb of Tennessee. They took the girl to that car and asked her whether that was the vehicle in which she was kidnapped. She replied in affirmative. She said, yes, I was taken by the same car. But when the car was scanned, it yielded the fingerprints of 3 or 4 adults, but the fingerprints of that girl were nowhere over there. Neither on the handle, nor on the door, nor on the seat. They were nowhere. So both the police and the parents concluded that she was pointing to the wrong vehicle. She was too small to remember the registration number or to know the make of the car. They thought that both the cars must be of the same color. That's why she is saying that she was carried away in this very vehicle. But after about a week, the kidnappers were rounded up and they confessed to using the same car which the girl had pointed out. And now arose the big question that if the child was in the car, where had her fingerprints vanished? Well, if you look at your fingertips, you will find crisscross lines. They are called finger ridges. Nature has provided them to us so that we may have a firm grip of the object we intend to hold. In their absence, a glass of water will fall out of your hands 9 out of 10 times. Now, what you cannot see in this picture, unless and until you enlarge it, that all along these ridges are studded with small holes, which are called sweat pores. And as the name implies, sweat continuously oozes out of those holes. That means if I keep my finger on any surface, I leave behind a deposition of sweat exactly in the same pattern as is the design on my fingertips. But I cannot see that pattern because sweat is colorless. That's why it is called a latent fingerprint or a hidden fingerprint. Sweat contains 99% water, about 0.5% inorganic ions are there, sodium, potassium, iron is there, magnesium, calcium, sulfate, chloride, and 0.5% organic molecules are there, fatty acids, amino acids, proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins. Now, what we do in fingerprint research is that we select any one chemical, and by some physical or chemical method, we convert it into something colored, so that whatever is latent, whatever is hidden, it becomes visible, and we say that the fingerprint has been detected or the fingerprint has been developed. The most simple technique of developing fingerprints is the powder method. A powder contains two components. One is called adhesive and the other is called colorant. And the mechanism is that the adhesive gets adhered to the sweat component, the moisture and the oily component. Oily means the low molecular weight organic compounds in the sweat. It will get stuck to the moisture and oily components, and the colorant will get adsorbed on the adhesive. So it's a phenomenon of double adsorption. First adhesive and then colorant. Now, this is a very simple technique. It's very fast. You can develop fingerprints within 1 minute or even less. But the problem is that in a fingerprint kit, there are a number of compositions and they are all surface specific. You have to choose the proper composition. These are some of the examples. I've taken one from each group. Paper is porous, glass is non-porous, and glossy paper is semi-porous. And they were all 72 hours old, and they have been developed by a powder. It was a yellow powder. Now, at my college, our students, they have been going with the mobile crime team on every Saturday and Sunday. And what they reported to us was that, you know, these police personnel, they are of the rank of head constable, at the most ASI. They are from non-science background. They'll pick up any one powder and use it randomly. If the fingerprint comes, it's okay. If it doesn't come, they'll just, they'll report that we couldn't achieve the results. And these fingerprint kits, normally they are imported. One kit may cost about 70,000 rupees and it goes down the drain. So that was where we thought, why not give them a single composition? Because, you know, you have to choose, you have to be very particular, keeping in view the nature of the item, the color of the item, the texture of the item, only then you can choose the proper composition. Well, that is about the powders. There is another conventional technique and a very good technique. It's called ninhydrin. Ninhydrin reacts with proteins and gives a purple colored compound. It's called Rohman purple, after the name of the person who first conducted this reaction. Now, the only limitation of this technique is that you have to dissolve ninhydrin, which is an organic compound, in an organic solvent. And normally these days, a person writes with ball pen or a gel pen ink, and if you spray organic solvent on such a medium, the ink gets despoiled. The writing will, you know, it will just spread out. That's the only limitation. And this was otherwise it can give very old prints also. Now, this was the method which was used in the kidnapping case of the girl child. And when her fingerprints were not in the car, they could not be lifted from the car. The person who was sitting to her left, his fingerprints could be retrieved. The person who was sitting to her right, his fingerprints could be retrieved. The driver's fingerprints could also be retrieved. But the girl's fingerprints were totally missing. Now, after this, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they took up the matter. They studied from scratch what would have happened. And they hit upon a very interesting discovery that the protein chain, which is composed of amino acids, is lengthier in adults and it is small in children. Now, the size of the molecule profoundly affects both physical and chemical properties. And here we are concerned with physical properties. If the size is large, then van der Waals forces of attraction are also large. And if van der Waals forces of attraction are large, in fact, any type of attraction, whether it is ionic or covalent or hydrogen bonding, if it is large, then the substance transitions from gaseous phase to the liquid phase to the solid phase. That means if I leave my fingerprints on a surface, then a fingerprint expert may come after 1 month. He sprays ninhydrin, he can detect my fingerprints. But what about a child? His chain is small, the boiling point is small. And by the time, in this particular case, when ninhydrin was sprayed, the sweat constituent, the protein constituent of that small girl, it had already evaporated. Now, this was something very interesting, but it was also something very serious. Because if the nature itself destroys an evidence, then naturally the criminals feel more emboldened. So something had to be done about it. At that time, we got a report from Scotland Yard which said that if you prepare powder composed of nanoparticles, very small particles, then even if a little bit of sweat is left, they can soak it and they can develop the fingerprints, and they can develop even the most faint fingerprints. So we started with this type of work. I think we were the first one in India to prepare a powder composition based on nanoparticles. We took nanoparticles of alumina, which we normally use in chromatography. We coated it with 2 substances. One was the bean seed powder. The bean seed powder, it contains polysaccharides, which are present in gum. The gum can bring interlocking between 2 papers by virtue of polysaccharides. And bean seed powder is rich in polysaccharides. So the idea was, wherever we spray the powder, it should stick over there. And we used a fluorescent dye as a colorant. We used crystal violet. So after coating it, we tried it out, and it had, broad-based applications. It worked on porous items like paper and wood, and on non-porous like glass and metallic. And of course, fluorescent characteristic means that, if the fingerprints are faint, if they're weak, we can eliminate them with a suitable light source. Generally, it is long wavelength ultraviolet light, and we can enhance them. These are some of the examples. Once again, metal, non-porous, and paper, it is porous, and under fluorescent conditions, it gives yellowish green fluorescence. So far, so good. We had a broad spectrum reagent, but then again, there was a limitation. It would give fingerprints on conventional crime scene evidence, but what about those where they have been deliberately or accidentally despoiled? Sometimes, the criminal is very clever. He'll spray the crime scene with water and fingerprints will get washed away. He can set the scene on fire, the fingerprints will get charred. He stabs a person with a knife and buries it beneath soil. And when the police recovers that weapon, mud and clay, everything is sticking to it. If they wash it with water, then the fingerprints also get washed away. So under these conditions, even nanoparticle composition, it fails. I'll refer to another conventional method, iodine fuming. Iodine is basically a sublimable solid. It gets transformed right from solid directly into vapor state. It develops brown colored fingerprints, but the fingerprints, after a lapse of say about 10 minutes or so, iodine evaporates from the fingerprint also. So the fingerprints will fade out in time. It's a very, very beautiful technique, but the prints are not permanent. Now, what we thought was, the advantage of this technique is that if it fails, you can use other techniques also. It can't be the other way around. You try out ninhydrin. If it doesn't give the results, you can't try out iodine. But if you try out iodine first, and if it doesn't give result, you can try out powder, you can try out ninhydrin or any other technique. Now, what we thought as chemists was that all the organic derivatives of iodine are brown in color. So if we select an organic compound which, like iodine, sublimes, and we make them react on the surface of the crime scene evidence, chances are that the new product which is formed, which we know will be colored, which will be reddish brown in color, chances are that it may not sublime. It may stick where it is. Now, when you talk of sublimable organic compounds, I think the first two examples which hit your mind are camphor and naphthalene. But naphthalene is slightly toxic. Not slightly, it is quite toxic. So these days, you have to take care of environment also. So we, instead of taking naphthalene, we took camphor. We gave one stream of camphor and another stream of iodine. The two reacted. It's a very, old reaction. 2-iodo-camphor was formed, and which is brown in color. And we developed a fingerprint on this watch glass. It's more than 3 years. It is still over there. So people have been using iodine method for almost 50 years. They confess it's a very good method, but they also crib that the prints are not permanent. And see, a little chemistry, a small reaction, and such a big problem has been solved. Well, this was another technique which we innovated, and it proved to be the best till then. It's called phase transfer catalyst method. As I said, when I touch my finger on any surface, I leave behind a number of inorganic ions and organic molecules. Most of them are unaffected by time. Sodium will remain as sodium, potassium will remain as potassium, amino acids will remain as amino acids, proteins will remain as proteins. But there are two other ions, magnesium and calcium. The moment they are deposited on a surface, they will react with oxygen of air and they will be converted into magnesium oxide and calcium oxide. And both magnesium and calcium oxide are insoluble in water. And now they will not react with any reagent. Because, the developing reagent, it has to be soluble in water or in any other medium in order to react with a component of sweat. So calcium and magnesium, they are insoluble because they are converted into oxides almost immediately after they are deposited. The advantage of this method is if a very big if, we are able to tag calcium and magnesium, then even if somebody washes it with water, they will remain over there. Nothing is going to happen over there. But the disadvantage is how to tag them. They are insoluble. They will not react with anything. So at that moment of time, that was about 20 years ago, a new type of catalyst came into chemistry. It's called phase transfer catalyst. Phase transfer means if you have to conduct a reaction between A and B, A is a solid, B is solution, normally they will not react. But if there is a phase transfer catalyst to bring the liaison between the two, it will enable the reaction to go. So we use a colorant, Rose Bengal. There are many phase transfer catalysts. For our purpose, we use tertiary tetrabutyl ammonium iodide. The only thing is that there has to be a hydrophobic group and a hydrophilic group. So iodide is hydrophilic and tetramine is hydrophobic. That is the condition. Now, with this combination, a simple reaction first we conducted between the colorant and the catalyst, and then we dipped the crime scene evidence over it. And you can see over here, it will react, it will develop fingerprints on absorbent. Absorbent means porous, and semi-absorbent as well as non-absorbent. A large number of crime scene evidence can be tackled in this way. And just to show you a few examples, it develops fingerprints on photocopy paper, porous, on glossy paper, which is semi-porous, then on lamination sheet, aluminum foil, as well as on glass. On sellotapes, different type packaging tapes. In fact, on doctor's tape also, I've not shown the picture over here. Well, this is a special type of tape. It is called duct tape. It is this tape which is used by suicide bombers to tie explosives on their bodies. This particular roll was gifted to me by Australian Federal Police, AFP. They said, we are fed up. No method works. Please try your method over here, phase transfer catalyst method. So I had to change a little bit, the concentration of rose Bengal, and then we got this print. People have been cribbing that, tape, it is sticky and it won't develop, but it's a very simple technique. It will take just 2 minutes to develop the print. Then thermocol, it's a very rough item, but it gives very clear prints. And even on polythene, which is semi-porous, phase transfer catalyst works on that also. Once again, this spoon was dipped in water for about 12 hours. And after about 12 hours, it gave a clear print. As far as items lifted from arsen sites is concerned, it worked only up till 200 degrees centigrade. Although 200 degrees centigrade is quite high temperature, but we want to go further and we are still progressing with it. But till now, our research, we could get retrievable prints only up till 200 degrees centigrade. Again, one item was left. If the item is buried under soil or under snow, what should be its fate? So from here, we go to another technique. It's called small particle reagent, SPR. A normal SPR, conventional SPR, uses molybdenum disulfide. It suspends it in water along with a little detergent. Now, this has a few problems. Firstly, molybdenum disulfide is almost black in color, dark gray. So on dark colored surfaces, it will not give prints. Then molybdenum is a heavy metal. It's quite toxic. It can develop fingerprints only on wet items. This was an old technique. It can develop fingerprints on wet items. But moreover, molybdenum disulfide is not fluorescent. It cannot develop weak fingerprints. So what we did was, this small particle reagent, it basically depends upon the crystal structure. And crystal structure of molybdenum disulfide, technically, it's molybdenum 4 sulfide. It very closely resembles to a white compound, which is basic. Boron nitride. It's very close to boron nitride. And boron nitride, because it is light in color, it's almost white, off-white, you can say. It can be used on both light and dark surfaces. It is non-toxic. It is used in cosmetics. I hope it is visible, sir. Dr. Mishra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
It is visible, sir.
Okay. Sorry, there was some. Anyway, boron nitride is totally non-toxic. It is used in cosmetics. The sheen of lipsticks and nail polishes is because of the presence of boron nitride. So that's very safe. If something is used in cosmetics, it has to be totally non-toxic. And the color and, see the broad spectrum ability of this reagent. It will leave fingerprints on wet items. Sometimes, the crime scene is outdoor and it is raining or there is high humidity. Sometimes, as I said, the criminal will deliberately pour water on it. It can leave fingerprints on items which have been buried in ice or buried under soil. Which have been removed from arson sites, and as well as the conventional crime scene evidence. Now, these are the items on which it can develop fingerprints, metals, even if they're corroded or they're alloyed, on plastics like vinyl, lamination sheet, polythenes, on tiles, on glass, even if it is, laminated, it will work, and on different types of crockery. So this one particular reagent has got so many applications. We used two types of colorants with it. One was basic yellow 40 and the other was brilliant blue G. Both of them are fluorescent dyes. If the surface was dark in color, we use basic yellow 40. If it was light in color, we use brilliant blue G so that a good contrast is obtained. And of course, apart from boron nitride and the color, you have to use a detergent that will tie up the boron nitride. You know, a detergent has got two ends. One is hydrophobic, other is hydrophilic, just like phase transfer catalyst. So the hydrophobic end, it becomes attached to the organic components of sweat and hydrophilic to the boron nitride, and the colorant gets adsorbed over it. The item has to be dipped or sprayed with small particle reagent. You have to wait for just 1 minute or so. Wash it under gentle stream of water. And then most of the times the fingerprint is visible. Otherwise, you can use a long wavelength, 505 to 550 nm, and observe it under red glass. But most of the times it is very clear. There is no need for any particular equipment like ultraviolet light and colored glasses. Now here, the aluminium foil, it was submerged in water for different periods of time. And you can see up till 118 hours, the fingerprints, that means almost 5 days. The fingerprints are absolutely clear. Now this, once again, aluminium foil was buried under ice. It has become crumpled, but even after 12 hours, it is giving good result. This lamination sheet was buried under wet soil. For 10 hours, it was taken out. It was washed under gentle stream of water. Remember the example which I gave you? A person stabs somebody. The police recovers the knife, but they are forced to wash it with water. So the conventional methods will fail. Here, we also washed the lamination sheet, subjected it to small particle reagent, and you can see the fingerprint has come out quite clearly. And if it is not clear, the dyes are fluorescent, you can use ultraviolet light. Now here we went up till 260 degrees Celsius, and it gives clear fingerprints. They are all under fluorescent conditions. What we do is we put we have to create a mock arson site. We heat the element in oven. There is some limitation. We can't choose paper. We can't choose plastic. We'll use only those items which can sustain high temperature. And here we did it with tiles. Then after heating it to a particular temperature, we take it out and we spray it with water. The reason is that in actual arson sites, at actual arson sites, the fire brigade personnel, they reach the crime scene earlier than the forensic scientists. Their duty is to douse the fire. They are not supposed to collect the evidence. So they will just randomly spray water. When the item comes to the evidence comes to the forensic scientist, it has been exposed both to heat as well as water. So this is what we did over there. First, we heated it at a particular temperature, sprayed it with water, and then we use small particle reagent. And you can see up till 260 degrees centigrade. This is somewhat better than the phase transfer catalyst method. We had to stop at 200. Now we have gone up till 260 and we are still proceeding with it. We are still going to higher temperatures. Now these were the items which were despoiled. But otherwise, as far as conventional crime scene evidence is concerned, you can see it can develop fingerprints on glass, dry glass, as well as on glossy paper. It can develop fingerprints even on paper. Only thing is that little stain is left behind. Otherwise, the fingerprint is quite clear. Now, this was the reagent for which we were striving, that it should give fingerprints, a single reagent, and it should develop fingerprints on as many surfaces as possible. And this is my penultimate slide, rather concluding slide. I just want to sum up. It gives fingerprints on porous items, on semi-porous, on non-porous. It gives fingerprints on dry items, those which have been exposed to water, those which have been exposed to heat, those which have been buried under soil. The advantage is that it's fluorescent. Even if the fingerprints are weak, if they are fragmented, we can still develop them. Shelf life with dry state is 1 year, and in wet state it is 6 weeks. And the developing time is just 2 minutes. It doesn't require an expert hand. Even an amateurish hand can use this method. So that was my concluding slide. This is what I wanted to strive: broad spectrum technique, which can develop fingerprints on large number of crime scene evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your excellent session on the fingerprints. That is very important in forensic science.
I think I
So,
concluded
at
a
this
little
time-
before time, if I'm not maybe 45
Yes, sir.
minutes.
No issue, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Mhm.
So session is open for question answer. Yes, any question from audience, Shrutika?
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
So, sir, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was a delightful session, and I heard you for the first time in this particular FDP. And
you.
the work that you have done is really inspiring me to work and taking further this in my PhD part. So I just wanted to know, is there any possibility of using chemical methods on fabrics? Because this is the very crucial evidence that we can get on the crime sites. So can you just help me
You
out
are
with this?
you are very right. On fabrics, up till now, two types of reagents have worked. One is cyanoacrylate fuming method, and
Yes,
other
sir.
is vacuum metal deposition.
Deposition. Yes, sir.
Yeah, these two methods have worked. My method will not work on fabrics. But then, again, fabrics, as you said yourself, it's very important because, in case of assault or in case of rape, the very first fingerprints will come on the fabrics,
Exactly, sir. Yes.
right? And, those who have done work on fabrics, they also, they have, reported that nylon is the one on which you can get fingerprints very easily. On other fabrics, you just get an outline. But the best
Yes, sir.
technique, is vacuum metal distillation, deposition. It gives you almost 17% more prints as compared to cyanoacrylate method. And cyanoacrylate, of course, cyanoacrylate is a very toxic reagent. One has to use it very carefully. The metal vapors are also toxic, I confess, gold and zinc. But, for metal vapors, you have to use a sealed chamber. For cyanoacrylate, it's not a sealed chamber. We use ordinary fuming cupboard like that. If you can go for vacuum metal deposition, that will be the best thing to do. That will give you not only on this, virtually on all types of polythenes and all types of polymers, it also works. So my advice to you is just try out that method. There are 3 limitations again. Let me warn you. Firstly, the initial investment is very high. Secondly, you have to be very well trained. It may take some time, but since you are doing PhD, it's okay. I mean, nobody will find a better operator than you. And thirdly, this is time consuming. Whatever techniques I have highlighted over here, they will not take more than 2 minutes to develop fingerprints, but this can take about 2 hours also. You have to be
Yes, sir.
very careful. You have to be very careful as far as the first layer of gold is concerned.
Yes, sir.
Zinc will not get deposited on its own. Let me warn you. You have to
Yes,
use
sir.
first a layer of gold. Zinc will get deposited on gold, provided the gold layer is not absolutely even. It has to be gold agglomerates, gold clusters. Only then zinc will deposit. And secondly, this technique develops negative prints. Both the metals, gold as well as zinc, will spread out everywhere except the ridges. In most other techniques, the developing reagent is deposited on the ridges. Here, it will be in between the ridges. ridges will be transparent, but that doesn't matter. It will give the same result. So try out this method. In India, very few people have worked on vacuum metal distillation, deposition.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Most welcome.
Yeah.
Any other question from audience? So, no, not any other questions. Thank you so much, sir,
Thank
for
you.
accepting our invitation and guiding us for
Thank you,
FDP
sir.
as well as also guiding to all PhD scholars of Amity Institute of Forensic Sciences. Thank you very much, sir.
Most welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, participants, now we are going to take half an hour break. Then we will meet at 5 p.m. Thank you very much. IT team, please post the meeting.
And a prominent forensic consultant and scientist specializing in basic medical science in Jamaica. With an illustrious career dedicated to advancing the field of forensic sciences, Mr. Williams has been a pioneer in utilizing his expertise to continue the understanding and application of forensic methodologies in the Caribbean region. As the president of Caribbean Association of Forensic Sciences, CAFS, Mr. Williams has played a pivotal role in fostering collaboration among forensic professionals, academics, and institutions. Under his leadership, CFS has become a driving force in promoting excellence and innovation in forensic sciences throughout the Caribbean. As a forensic consultant and scientist specialized in basic medical science, Mr. Williams has demonstrated a profound commitment to the pursuit of truth and justice. His work has not only been instrumental in solving complex cases, but has also significantly contributed to the advancement of forensic techniques and methodologies. In today's session, Mr. Gregory Williams will share insightful insights into the fascinating world of forensic sciences, shedding light on the critical role played by the basic medical science in unraveling mysteries and delivering justice. His wealth of knowledge and expertise is sure to enrich our understanding of the intricate and crucial work carried by forensic professionals. So without further ado, let us warmly welcome Mr. Gregory J. Williams. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much once again.
Mr. Williams, kindly unmute yourself. Your video is visible, but you are not audible.
Okay.
Yes, now you are fine.
Are you hearing me now? Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. Okay. Right. Okay, good morning again, good evening to everyone. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mishu, for giving me that opportunity, to present today. And thanks for the wonderful introduction. So, okay, my topic today is crime scene management. And we say, when I say crime scene management, and also we put in, if you're seeing side, they can see evidence also. So crime scene and evidence management. And why I choose this topic, because most of the time, you know, most people don't pay attention to what I'm going to discuss today. We don't look at, you know, outside of the crime scene or before the crime scene. So this is what I'm going to explain to everyone today listening. And I hope that you all get something meaningful from it that you can take back to wherever you are. So this is a little bit of the outline. I'll discuss what is forensic science, what is crime scene, what is crime scene management, who is a crime scene manager, the planning and preparation, crime scene processing protocol, risk assessment, and evidence management in general. All right, so crime scene investigation is regarded as the gateway to forensic science. And we all know that forensic science is defined as science used for the resolution of legal disputes in the courts of law. They normally say that it encompasses all the sciences put together, and that is true. So the management of crime scene requires the proper handling of human resources and the ability to recognize and identify potential evidence. The integrity of the scene is paramount, and the ability of the forensic officers or the investigators must be of high quality to enable, recognize, identify, examine, document, and collect and preserve physical evidence. And these stages in crime scene processing can impact the entire investigation and can cause forensic evidence to be tainted and may later become inadmissible in the judicial system, or you can say in the courts of law. Now, what is a crime scene? I would say a crime scene can be defined as any place or location where a crime has been committed, but not where only a crime has been committed, but there must be evidence which suggests that a crime took place. A crime scene is any building, any person who may be a victim, a suspect, a witness, any form of transportation, an area of land, a body of water. Each incident under investigation will normally have a minimum of at least 2 scenes. Now, based on the local exchange principle, you say every contact leaves a trace, and evidence can be transferred between victim and suspect. So victim and the crime scene and suspect and crime scene. So we get it back and forth there. So it's not only the victim, but also the suspect, and not only the suspect, but also the victim. So crime scene can be primary and secondary also. And when we say primary and secondary, we normally use primary as the main place where, let us say, if it's a murder or a homicide, where the homicide took place. And most times you say secondary because evidence may be transported or be transferred to other locations. So you call that the secondary, okay? So the primary crime scene is the exact location where the crime has been committed. And secondary is the location or space that is directly related to the crime. Crime scene management is accountability and supervision of evidence. Now, the application and techniques used for the recovery and collection of that evidence, we can also say that crime scene management requires a senior investigator to coordinate major crime scenes, a junior investigator to coordinate minor scenes. And when we look at it in that perspective, you will get a better assessment or maybe better work ethics whenever you visit the crime scene. Because you have the senior and the juniors, and why do we need both? At most of the time, your senior investigator do not actually do the hands-on work, but the junior investigator is the one that go out and coordinate. And the senior most of the time supervises, right? Good. So once a crime is committed, the crime scene manager is appointed to manage the proceedings and must be knowledgeable in both forensic investigation and crime scene investigation. So as a crime scene manager, as we said, you have to be versatile. You have to be able to handle all the areas or know all the areas of forensic investigation or crime scene investigation. Because, I mean, if you don't know, let me say, how would you really advise your crime scene personnel whenever you're on the crime scene? I mean, who you may know, who you need to call, etc. So you have to be versatile. So the coordination and control of criminal investigation and the forensic investigation are very important stages in the criminal investigation process. And in investigation, we either have individuals or evidentiary items. A crime scene investigation team consists of police officers, first responding officers, detectives, crime scene investigators, medical examiners, and we normally say specialists or experts. So, I mean, there is so much persons that are involved in the whole investigative process. Now, we say now, who is a crime scene manager? So a crime scene manager is a term given to a senior crime scene investigator who manages the entire crime scene and the plans necessary for the successful processing of the crime scene. Now, he or she also leads a team of crime scene investigators, and we can say CSIs, and specialist forensic investigators who will conduct or carry out the roles necessary to conduct the scene investigation and help with the management process of the crime scene and criminal investigation. So the crime scene manager team must be competent, as I said earlier, and highly skilled. So most people might say, but I'm going to the crime scene, and why I'm not a manager? So maybe you don't actually reach the skill set yet or the experience needed in order to deem you a crime scene manager. Because as I said, it's a highly skilled area and you must be knowledgeable enough to actually manage the crime scene. Sorry, my voice is going a little bit, so sorry for if you're hearing a muffled sound. So what is evidence? So information or objects that are admitted into the court for deliberation of the judges and juries, which constitute evidence. Now, a variety of substances can serve as evidence, including genetic material, trace chemicals, dental history, and fingerprints. Now, all of those are evidence. There's much more you can lay out, okay? So, and then what is forensic evidence? Forensic evidence can be defined as a criminal evidence acquired through scientific methods, including ballistic, blood tests, DNA, to be used once it's used in the courts of law. Okay. Alternatively, forensic evidence can be holistically defined as the application of science within the legal proceedings. So you're a forensic expert, you're doing forensics, you go to the scene, you collect your evidence, you take it before the court, you have the forensic application. So once you can put the forensic application to it, now we say that is forensic evidence. So it must have some value to the court. Now, in crime scene management, there are several key components that we must look at. And these are some of the areas that most people don't really take into consideration. So I highlight a few and I will try to explain as I go along. So it's information and communication management, manpower management, technology management, management of logistics, and evidence management. And those are some serious areas that we have to take into consideration when we're dealing with managing the crime scene. So, what information is received whenever we get that call? What do we do as managers? What information we rely on? And all of those are so important in the process. So we say information can be passed on using different means of communication. So the management of that information can be vital to the outcome of the investigation. The information received from the first responding officer allows the crime scene manager and his team to set out a plan in responding to the crime scene. So this is why information, if the information comes in wrong, then we're going to have a problem, because the crime scene manager and his team, and the crime scene manager will not be able to prepare his team properly, because you may get the wrong information and you may work with stuff that you don't need, I don't have to use, I may work with the wrong set of equipment. So this is why the information that comes to the crime scene manager or to the office of the crime scene manager have to be real, have to be, I would say, of some substance. So this is why information is so important, how it reaches to that crime scene team. So the crime scene itself provides valuable information that can link an assailant to a crime scene and can confirm or refute a witness alibi and can develop leads that can build and strengthen the investigation. So again, guys, information, we have to take this seriously, how we communicate during the process. And we have now what we call manpower. How do we control the manpower in the forensic investigation? So it's in crime scene management, manpower is, I could say, one of the most important aspects of it, because without that, how would you actually process the scene? And if you don't have the right set of people, how would you go about processing and collecting the right evidence that you need? So, but who is responsible? Who is responsible for providing that? So we say it is the organization or institution that you work for that is responsible for manpower. Because you yourself might not be in a position where you can dictate or determine who is transferred to you or who is transferred where or who goes where. So it's the system that you work with, or your human resource system, if most organizations have, will determine, yeah? So the head of the crime scene department or forensic unit makes his or her request for the personnel needed. And this is something that don't happen. Most, let me say, organizations or police forces, etc., a crime scene team, they're not given the, let me say, the leeway or the ability to choose who they need. Because, you see, this is so technical. Because the thing is, you may see persons who can actually carry out the work that you want them to do. So most of the time when administration or the people, persons in charge, just give you somebody and tell you, okay, to work with this. Sometimes it don't work out. You want to be able to sit down and assess that person also. So by you making an assessment, you can say, okay, right, we think we have the right person here for this job. So even though, let me say, the human resource or the department responsible for hiring or recruiting, okay, me calling someone, yes, say, okay, yeah, what? We want this person, we're gonna interview this person for the job of a forensic expert, a crime scene manager, a crime scene officer, etc. The head of the unit should be part of that interview, so they can hear the process and know, because why? They are the experts within that field and they will know the person most suitable to be there. So the management system, whenever they're interviewing someone for that role, sometimes it's wise, and I would encourage that, to bring in that specialist during that interview. So it takes a team effort to carry out the investigation and processing of the crime scene. So the crime scene manager must ensure all staff is properly trained. Because if your staff is not trained, then you're going to have a problem on the crime scene. So untrained or improperly trained staff lacking experience and knowledge can create overload or even overwork personnel, because you don't have the right persons on your team to carry out that work, you're going to have some issues. If they're not trained properly, there are going to be problems. So you want to make sure that your team is properly trained. And you, as the person in charge, or the crime scene manager, or the forensic officer, must make sure that your men and women working under you get the training that they need, or your staff get the training that they need in order to proceed and to get a successful processing or a successful crime scene processing. So we go on now to what you call technology, and we know that is the way it is turning to today with all the AI technology, etc. All the technologies that is out there to enhance the human capabilities in order to solve crime. So in managing a crime scene, the information received must be managed properly with the increase in technology. State-of-the-art equipment is developed, which will also aid in the proper processing of the crime scene and the proper handling and sharing of information. So the crime scene situation is in every country should be properly assessed to allow for efficient allocation of resources, purchasing and upgrading relevant equipment. Because you simply might have some equipment that is outdated and can't do the job anymore. So it's very important now that you make sure that the technology, and you move with the technology. So relevant training for the CSI team units in the use of and understanding of the new technology and new equipment is very important. Technology can be solved, or it can help to solve many crimes and must be managed carefully. So I just giving you snippets because to speak about this topic alone will take the whole day. So we have now what we call equipment, and equipment can be in different categories also. So it's a crime scene vehicles especially designed for crime scene and forensic investigation, the two-way radio communication system, cell phones, computer, tablet via internet connection, forensic light source, metal detectors used for searching. We have crime scene kits, laden prints, trajectory, reconstruction rods, accessories, casting kits for tool marks and footwear, impressions, chemical reagent, blood print enhancement reagent, latent print developers, portable instrumentation, night vision equipment, portable laser, radar, and I mean, there is so much evidence packaging materials and related forms. I mean, under equipment, there is so much you can speak about, because I only name a few and there is hundreds, much more there, but we cannot go to all. So equipment is very, very important. You don't have the right equipment, it will be problematic for you. It will be problematic for you going forward, because what happens is that based on the type of scene you have, or based on the location of the crime scene, if you don't have the proper equipment, then it's going to be problematic for you, let me say, as a crime scene manager or the crime scene team, to actually process your scene properly or get to the area where the crime scene is at. So you have to make sure, this is why they are linked. You see, we talk about information, we talk about technology, come back, and now we're going to the equipment. But do we have the equipment? When we get the information, yeah, and we apply the technology, but no, do we have the equipment to actually carry out the work that we are able to do or should be doing? As I said, there's many different crimes in many different locations, you know what I mean? And then it's all based on we know what we do on the scene with the equipment that we have. For example, if you don't have a packaging material, like let me say a gun box to package a firearm, I mean, what are you going to do? Then you're going to put it in any packaging. When you go to the court system now, they say, but this thing not packaged properly could have been contaminated. You know what I mean? You may have some blood samples. Did you put it in the right tube? Did you use the right tube to actually package that blood or to store that blood sample? You know, so it's very, very important to know your equipment and make sure you have the right set of equipment. And managing them also is very, very important. If you don't manage especially your vehicles that work on a daily basis. And if you can't manage that properly, you might get breakdown. You may go into a scene and your vehicle may break down on you. And that take, instead of reaching at the scene in half hour, I'll always say hour, it might take you 3 hours. So it's very important to make sure that your equipment is up to date and it's always ready and check regularly and ready to go. So we have what we call now logistics. How do we manage our logistics? So logistic issue ought to be appropriately managed through good organizational skills and efficient allotment of resources. So in crime scene management, logistics are the activities carried out by the different forensic companies or agencies for the physical distribution of forensic equipment or supplies. So this equipment must be transported from the distributors and suppliers, and finally to the purchaser, who is the organization or the police forces, which will then be distributed to the crime scene or forensic investigative team or unit, who will be the end user of that product. So when looking at logistics and a wider view, we must take into consideration, it must be taken into consideration, because it does not just cover transportation. And we see here now in the management logistics, and these are some of the functions that should be considered, right? So we say now the order of processing for crime scene equipment handling, storage of equipment and exhibits, inventory control, transportation, and packaging. So these are some areas I highlighted. And I was doing some explaining earlier, and the order of processing, etc. As I said, if we don't have the right materials, etc., then we're going to have problems. The equipment handling also is important, which I explained earlier. The storage of equipment and exhibits, this is paramount, because if you don't have, again, the right equipment, and if you don't have the right exhibit packaging, etc., that could be very problematic. If they're not stored properly, your equipment are not stored properly, you understand? It can be very, very problematic. So you have to make sure that your equipment are stored properly. Your exhibits are actually stored properly again. But again, you ask yourself, do I have the proper storage system to store it? And these are some questions that we'll ask, or most persons will ask, but do we have that storage facility that we can properly store our equipment? For example, you may have a transportation or a vehicle where a murder scene, a murder act took place within that vehicle. Now, you have to process it. Are you going to leave it out in the open? Are you going to get a nice covered area that you can process it? Are you going to leave it in the open where the weather condition can destroy most of your evidential value or take away your evidential value? So these are some questions we have to ask and make sure that the storage is so important. And then the inventory control, how do we control it? Who will control it? So if we look at those things before we go to the crime scene, I think as crime scene personnel, crime scene department will perform much better when you go to that crime scene. And those are the areas we don't pay much attention to. And it is very important. And we have, again, transportation, and we have packaging, and which I explain, if you don't package properly, you're going to have issues. You know what I mean? That's something that needs to be packaged, let me say, into a paper bag. You may put it into a plastic bag, which get moldy, and that may spoil. So the packaging is very, very important. What do you order? What type of packaging is best? And again, your storage officer or your that's what I'm looking for, that slipped me down I was looking for, but your storage officers, etc., who are responsible for all the consumables must be able to and know forensic evidence just the same. So you will know what you need for that crime scene. Oh, okay, the word is back now, the procurement officer. Good. So we now move on to planning and preparation. So the precinct attendant's responsibilities. Crime scene manager responsibilities start from the call. that is received from the first responding officer, informing the crime scene team or the crime scene manager about a crime. Now, in response to the alert, the crime scene manager organized the crime scene team first, briefing for the successful management and processing of the crime scene. Because most of the time, if you just get the call, you just leave and you go to the crime scene immediately, it's not advisable. It's not really good. You should have a briefing with your team first. You get your team together, you brief your team. I know most of the time, in most jurisdictions where you are, that might not be possible. But if you're all in the same vehicles, you all can communicate on the way to the scene so everybody know what is being done. They know what the areas are, what they need to do, etc. The manager is also responsible for supervising the preparation and collection of equipment and materials needed to process the scene. So we see that the crime scene manager has a wide role to play and a knowledgeable role also. So based on that now, we're going to look at the crime scene processing protocol. So methods and procedures developed to process the crime scene. I would say each crime scene is different and may require a different approach of processing. We always say, the processing remains the same, but based on the scene, you may have to start different. You may have to do something differently, okay? Now, there might be a scene you go to that where rain is involved. You have to adjust your situation to fit that. Although the processing remains the same, but you have to alter some of your preparation. So you say there's a basic crime scene protocol, and I believe everybody should adhere to it. And the basic function and tasks are as follows, and I will explain now. So you have what you call the interview, the examination, photography, you have the sketch, and then you process. So sometimes you might say, well, why are we able to interview? I mean, why do we examine? Why we photograph? I mean, why we sketch and why we process? And most people will ask that. But what goes on in the interview is very important. So the interview of the first responding officer is the first process in the protocol. So, because you attend that crime scene now, first person you want to catch is your first responding officer who is on that scene, because he'll be able to tell you and to brief you what took place. So the crime scene manager will effect the crime scene processing protocol. The protocol should be used at all crime scenes, no matter the size of the scene. So applying the crime scene protocol will assist the crime scene manager to control the scene and effectively I think I just got connected. Hello?
Yes,
Are
sir,
you
you are
hearing me?
audible. Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I just got connected, so I will share the screen again. I don't know what happened there, like my internet dropped. Okay, just give me 1 sec. Okay, let me see if I can do this again. Okay, y'all can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I would think I was explaining the interview of the first responding officer when I get cut off. So yeah, I was explaining that there are different types of crime scenes, and I was just explaining some of them. I say the homicide, which contain multiple sins, and I say house breaking, etc., burglar, and we say homicide. I would say there could be multiple sin. Okay. All right. So the crime scene and its surroundings must be properly assessed, not only the first responding officer, but by the crime scene manager and the CSI team. So this allows the crime scene team to develop a plan for the coordinated and recognition, identification, collection, and preservation of physical evidence and identification of witnesses. It allows for the exchange of information among law enforcement personnel and the development of investigative strategies. And let us now go on to some risk assessment. So the risk assessment is very serious, or is a very serious component in the managing process. So it said the CSI, when processing the scene, must take into consideration the risk that is associated with the crime scene in relation to health and safety. And the crime scene manager must always ensure safe methods are devised to recover physical evidence in the places that would pose a risk to safety. Footprints, shoe prints, fingerprints, rooftops, ledges, tall poles, near the point of entry. Those are dangerous areas, some of them. And again, you must have the equipment type and be knowledgeable enough. So if your evidence materials are there, you must be able to retrieve and know how to access and process it. So it's a proper PPE must be worn to protect self and others from possible disease, which can be contracted when handling biological fluids. So this is why our assessment, our risk assessment is so important in the process, and we cannot eliminate it. Okay, we just cannot. It's too important to eliminate it. So you must assess your risk. And then you examine, but how do we examine? So you say examine the crime scene is the second step in the protocol. So examine the crime scene for what? What do you look for? So to ascertain if the theory of the case is substantiated by what the crime scene technicians observe. And this is so important. And I will read this again. So examine the crime scene is the second step in the protocol. So examine the scene for what? What do we examine the scene for? Now, to ascertain if the theory of the case is substantiated by what the crime scene technician observed. So you're using your observational skills on that crime scene, and then you could go now and corroborate it with what was said before. So maybe you have eyewitnesses, etc. So you will know now what the crime scene tells you. As I always say, the crime scene don't lie. It's how we interpret. It's how you interpret the scene. Because what? It tells you a story, so you must be able now and knowledgeable enough to interpret the evidence that is before you whenever you attend that crime scene. And then you must be able now to go and give an account of what you observe on the crime scene, was not what hearsay, not what you hear on the outside. You providing the physical evidence, and that physical evidence now may back up the theory from what others are saying, or what the investigative or the homicide investigator come to you with. So examine the scene to what? So you identify possible items of evidentiary value. You identify the point of entry and the point of exit, and get the general layout of the crime scene. So now we come to the walkthrough. And most people say, well, what is the walkthrough? Why do we have to walk through that crime scene? You see, scene scanning, you scan the scene. So you do a physical scan of the crime scene. You say, yeah, but you have the eyes. You use your eyes. As I always say, a good eye doesn't miss anything. And you will see my quote in the bottom here, a good eye doesn't miss anything. So once you have that good eye, you should be able to capture and see what you see and able to record it. All right. So the walkthrough provides the investigator in charge with an overview of the entire scene. So it's good to go, you take a scan of the scene, and able to realize, okay, this is what we have dealing with. This is what we're going to do. So you can go back now and have a proper conversation with your team members and how the process should be done. So the walkthrough provides the first opportunity to identify valuable or fragile evidence and determine the initial investigative procedures, providing the systematic examination and documentation of the scene. Why do we take photographs? So the photographing the crime scene now is the third step in the protocol. So photographing the crime scene to record a physical view of what the scene looks like and to record items of possible evidence. So the crime scene photographs are generally taken into two categories. I would say the overall view of the items. We have the close-up also, which you can also take. And the overall and close-up, and most of the time you will take a mid-range shot, but you will take the overall shot that put the whole scene in perspective, so you know where you are, you know what you are doing. So if you say, okay, there's a crime scene there, you go to a house, you only photograph the house, but no, you take an overall shot, the whole area, because there might be evidence outside. So you don't just want to concentrate in photographing the house only. So that's why you take an overall shot of the entire scene. When you come along now to the closeness of the photography, now the closeness with your scales, that way you go close up now to exhibit, your highlight items of importance to that scene, okay? And then you take a mid-range, which will show you the mid-level of processing, or the mid-level of photographing the scene. And photographing the scene, as I said, you can show it in different perspectives. So if you miss something, because of the, let me say, take an overall, you will not be able to pinpoint the evidence that you need with the overall. So this is why now you take a mid-range, which will bring you even closer. And then you close up now with identify the particular areas that you need that is of much importance to the crime scene investigation. So a crime scene sketch, and now I'll just move on to a little bit with the sketching now. So the sketching the crime scene is the fourth step in the protocol, and a rough sketch is completed by the crime scene technician to demonstrate the layout of the crime scene and to identify the exact position of the deceased or victim, within the crime scene. So a crime scene sketch may not be completed on every case. However, some form of sketching usually occurs in most cases, and that is on a fingerprint lift card to identify exactly where that latent print was recovered from. So that is very important, and most people don't do it, but it's very important because you go and say, okay, I find a fingerprint, yes, but where did you find it? In the house. Which part in the house did you find it? Now, can you show me where in the house did you find that latent fingerprint? So most of the time the sketch the sketch can show you perspective, okay? It can show you the closeness, it can show you the distance between the exhibit itself, so you get a closer point of view of that. So the last step in the protocol now is the process. How do we process, and why do we process, and why we use it as a last stop? So the crime scene technician will process the crime scene for evidence. It is the crime scene technician's responsibility to identify, evaluate, and collect physical evidence from the crime scene for further analysis by the crime lab. And this is why, and this is where we always say that to be a good analyst working in the lab, you must know crime scene investigation, and you should be trained in crime scene investigation, because that's why we say now from crime scene to the courts. Because if you only work in the lab and you don't know how any piece of evidence is collected from that crime scene, taking it to you now, even though I bring it in the wrong packaging to you, you might tell me that, but I'm not accustomed to that packaging. Why are you using this? So it's very, very good. Are the crime scene officers educate also the lab personnel that works in the lab, because it's so important to vice versa say. So if you are knowledgeable about crime scene, if a crime scene officer now carries something to your lab and you know it's not packaged properly, you can able to tell him, listen, this is not packaged properly. Okay? So you will have more knowledge of what goes on the crime scene before it reaches to you, and then you now have to present it to court. Now you have to present your analysis to court. But at the same time, is the crime scene technicians and them that speak on the evidence. They are the ones that provide the evidence into court, because the laboratory technician do not take that piece of evidence they walk on to court. And most people miss that and forget that. They're not the ones taking it to court. So when you get it to analyze, you will have to return it to the officers, and the officers are the ones that present that exhibit into the courts of law. So physical evidence. So if a scene are twofold, outdoors or indoors, best practice is to process and collect all physical evidence outdoors before those indoors. And why? Environmental conditions. All physical evidence must retain the number of the evidence marked, highlighted, and photographed with. All physical evidence must retain the number of the evidence marker highlighted and photographed with. That should not change. You cannot change it. It must remain, because this is the mark you use on the scene. So you have to submit it with that mark. Now, evidence management is the accurate collection, packaging, and storage of evidence found at the crime scene. The crime scene manager must ensure the availability of evidence collection tools, tweezer, forceps, tapes, sterile swabs, scalpel, blades, etc. So it said the crime scene manager must ensure that recommended evidence packaging material is available for the various evidence that may be collected. You have to make sure that your storage, again, you see, all going back to the storage management, all right? So you have to make sure that your materials are there, your equipment are there. So we can see the linkage as further as you go into the processing protocol and the processing of crime scene, you will realize that what the management processes that I speak about before, you can see that they are linked all the way down to processing the crime scene, how important it is. So the crime scene manager must ensure the required storage conditions are available for all the evidence collected. Now, collecting physical evidence, and that's just a few I just written down. So you have gun, knives, gun boxes, pen cartridge, paper fold, number, then package bags, envelopes, blood or suspicious fluid. You have sterile swabs, must allow to air dry, individual packaging in envelopes, store in an exhibit or fridge if cannot, submit to the forensic lab the same day, electronics, the Faraday bags. There's many more out there now. The shoe print, 2D detailed photograph, then lift. So the shoe tire impression, also 3D detailed photograph, then cast with dental stone. Well, not all dental stone. There's the alginate. There's many different types that is out there now that you can use. There's microseal, most people might try to use. As I said, alginate, there's dental stone, except Pastor Paris. So there's many that you can use. So Toolmax 3D detailed photograph, then cast with silicone material. And what is good for the Toolmax, so it's the same microseal, can help very good based on the type of Toolmax you have. And this is where I end, and what I would say for the crime scene management processing protocol is very important, and crime scene management is a whole. And we need to start to look at the crime scene in a different perspective, because I say that's where the evidence is. And we must be able to find the evidence. So as I said, as I finish my presentation, I will say a good eye. Don't miss anything. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take up too much of time and I leave enough time for some questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gregory. Thank you very much for your valuable time giving to us in early morning in Jamaica. Thank you very
I'm in
much.
Antigua at the moment. I'm in Antigua.
And very knowledgeable session about crime scene investigation and management. As already you are police personals also, so you know very well how to investigate and manage the crime scene and what is the importance. And you are also leading and increasing the scope of forensic in your country. So thank you very
Yes.
much. And also going to organize an international conference. Best wishes for that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank
now
you.
session is open for question and answer. Yes, participants. Himanshu ji, please, you can directly ask, na? We want to listen your voice. Yes, Himanshu
So
ji.
I see.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. So good evening, everyone.
My question is, good morning, Mr. Williams, how are you?
My question is, what is positive and negative control in interpretation?
Just 1 second, Himanshu ji, Latisha ma'am. Just 1 second. First, yes, Himanshu ji, you can ask question. Then Latisha ma'am, you can ask. Yeah. Yes, Himanshu ji.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is, what is positive and negative control in interpretation?
I didn't hear the middle part of it. You said what is something? I didn't hear that. Can you ask the question again? I didn't hear it clearly.
Sir, what is positive and negative control in interpretation of
Oh,
evidence?
what is positive control?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, positive and negative.
Right,
Positive.
right. So okay, if we're dealing with the crime scene, and let me say, example, let me say you might want a blood sample, let me say from the crime scene. And let me put it into context. You're taking a blood sample. Your first thing, you want to do some presumptive testing because you want to make sure that it is blood. So what you're going to do, you're going to use a presumptive test to give you the confirmation, yeah, this is blood. But to positively identify, then you go to the lab, where the lab now will do the next analysis, which will say, okay, this is blood, this is human blood that we're dealing with, and we can now examine the material or the piece of exhibit that you are given. No, also you can also get false positive, but it's all based on the type of evidence you are dealing with, the type of evidence. In order to get a positive or a negative control, just the same, the blood can give you a negative or a false positive reading, just the same, based on, again, having the right presumptive test to do, because some can react with other chemicals or react with other, let me say, fluids and give you a negative. So you always have to make sure that you retest. You can't just test it on the scene and say, okay, that is final. You have to go further with it. And that's where the lab comes into play, if you're looking at it from that perspective.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope, yes, Himanshu, I hope you understand about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, Latisha ji, yes, Latisha ma'am.
My question to you is, how many roles can the crime scene manager itself play? Can they be the sketches? Can they be the photographer? Can they be the exhibit officer? And my reason for asking that is that when they go to court, how would they basically verify why it is that they did all of these roles? Would it be not verify? Would it be viable for them to hold all these roles on a crime scene? Would there be any overlapping of any sort as it relates to the roles?
Okay. That's actually a very good question. Okay, it's all based sometimes on jurisdiction because what? With a crime scene manager, the crime scene manager is there, as we say, to supervise and also to coordinate the processing of the crime scene. So if you don't want to play the double role as a crime scene manager, you don't want to control your own exhibits, you don't want to do your own sketches, etc. But based on the institution and the organization you in, they may allow it if, again, we go back to manpower management, the human resource management. So if you have enough personnel where the task can be split, then there is no need for the crime scene manager to do that. But at times, the crime scene manager may have to come in if you don't have enough personnel and his team in order to carry out the sketch or to do the packaging of the exhibits, etc. But it should not, the crime scene manager should not, in real terms, actually be the role of all them. Actually, let me say sketch, do the collect the exhibits and storage, if we're talking about that. No, that should not actually happen. Somebody else should take up that role because there is something we call, you don't want anything to be tainted, okay? So you don't want the one person to be doing everything there is. So you split the task, because he is in overall charge and he should supervise his technicians. So to do, you get the exhibit officer who is responsible for the exhibits. You have one of the technicians who will sketch the crime scene, etc. And then you have a photographer who is actually photograph the crime scene. But as I said, in some jurisdiction, based on your manpower, again, this may allow, but it can be problematic at times, and it can cause some confusion in the court of law also, because they will simply say, okay, there could be cross-contamination. No, they can say you can tamper with evidence, because what? You control everything, and there is no second process or anybody else to look over. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, sir. Thank you.
I didn't hear that. Say again.
Yes, it does, sir. Thank you very much for the clarity.
Okay. I see a question here. Someone asked, what are the new methods in development that you believe will innovate the future of crime scene investigation? That is, I should say, that person is thinking futuristic. Well, what I can say now, there's so much equipment out there that can do, like, example for fingerprints, etc. There's equipment, I can't remember the name of it now, but there's equipment out there that you can use that can, you don't have to dust the fingerprint. The filters and the camera can actually detect the fingerprint without even dusting it or putting any powder on it. So there's a lot of, now the AI technology come into play. So I want to see how that's going to use in the crime scene world. At present, we have, it's a crime scene mapping, and the crime scene mapping, there's loads of programs out there now that can be used to map your entire crime scene. You know, there's the Faro technology also, that there's a TruePoint, and those are some other equipment that can help to map your crime scene, etc. So by mapping that crime scene, you can just go back into your office, you have everything on the computer, and you can get a full report, it generates the reports for you, etc. Everything. So that's the only way we can say it now for, is just developing new equipment that can make the work easier, that you can scan your entire crime scene and just go back into the office and you can pinpoint everything using computer generated tools, etc.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Mr. Benjamin, I hope that answer your question. Okay, go ahead.
So any other question from participants? Shrutika, any question? Okay, thank you so much once again.
Okay,
Okay, have a nice day. See you soon.
thanks much. Yes, blessings.
Now I wish to move for next session and invite to Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Director, Forensic Science Laboratory, Goa, Pandiji, Goa. So over to you, sir, for your session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, doctor.
Yes, please, sir.
I have to select the file, huh?
Okay, sir.
Am I able to, my screen is, you are viewing? Aman?
No, sir, screen is not visible. You are audible properly.
I think there is something problem is there. Okay, I will start just as it is. No problem.
IT team, Maksudjit, can you help?
सर क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है सर? व्हाट प्रॉब्लम आ रही है फेसिंग
मेरा
सर?
मैंने नेट पे इसमें फाइल रखा हुआ है डेस्कटॉप पे।
जी सर, फाइल ओपन कर लीजिए पहले, डेस्कटॉप पे जो भी
हाँ,
फाइल है आपकी
ओपन कर लिया है
ओपन
मैंने।
कर लिया सर। उसको मिनिमाइज कर दीजिए और जूम पे आ जाइए। जूम पे ग्रीन बटन होगा शेयर स्क्रीन वाला सर।
हाँ, शेयर स्क्रीन हो गया।
Yes sir, please click on share screen button and now you can see your file in this menu, basic menu. सर आपको दिख रही है आपकी फाइल इस मेन्यू में शेयर स्क्रीन
नहीं
वाले?
नहीं।
तो सर
अच्छा।
ऊपर आपको स्क्रीन वाला बटन दिख रहा होगा, उस पे
हाँ,
क्लिक
दिख
करके
रहे
हाँ
दिख गई।
उस पे क्लिक करके शेयर कर दीजिए सर।
आप दिख रहा है?
जी सर,
दिखा है आपने?
जी सर दिख रही है सर।
आप देख पा रहे हैं?
जी सर, जी सर।
जी।
सर कैन यू प्लीज स्लाइड?
हाँ, ये स्लाइड आ रही है आपकी?
नो सर, सर प्लीज, आई थिंक दिस इज MS Office. सर ये MS ऑफिस का ओल्डर वर्जन लग रहा है मुझे। ये ओल्डर वर्जन जूम को सपोर्ट नहीं करता, इसका बिहेवियर सपोर्ट नहीं करता। जब स्लाइड्स को मोड करते हैं हम,
तो फिर आप क्या करें?
तो मैं बताता हूँ सर, आप इसको स्टॉप शेयरिंग कीजिए। मैं स्टॉप शेयर करता हूँ, आप दोबारा से शेयर स्क्रीन कीजिएगा। शेयर
मैं
स्क्रीन पे हाँ, स्टॉप शेयरिंग मैंने कर दिया। आप शेयर स्क्रीन पे क्लिक कीजिए।
हाँ
अब आपको लेफ्ट साइड में सबसे ऊपर कॉर्नर पे शेयर स्क्रीन का बटन आ रहा होगा सर। स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करके शेयर वाले बटन पे क्लिक कर दीजिए।
कहाँ पर?
लेफ्ट साइड में सबसे टॉप कॉर्नर पे
हाँ,
स्क्रीन वाला बटन आ रहा होगा सर। स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करके शेयर कर दीजिए।
स्क्रीन कहाँ पर है? यहाँ तो है नहीं।
हाँ सर, होगा सर, लेफ्ट साइड में ऊपर कॉर्नर पे स्क्रीन आ रहा होगा सर, उस पे क्लिक करके
रिकॉर्डिंग है और ये ग्रीन कलर मीटिंग इंफॉर्मेशन है बस।
नहीं सर, पहले आप शेयर स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक कीजिए।
कर दिया।
कर दिया सर। अब आपको स्क्रीन वाला बटन आ रहा होगा इस टैब में।
हाँ, स्क्रीन वाला आ गया है।
हाँ, स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करके शेयर का बटन दबा दीजिएगा।
अच्छा, स्क्रीन पे दबा दूं?
हाँ, स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करके शेयर वाला बटन दबा दीजिए।
आ गया?
यस सर, अब आपकी पीपीटी पूरी शो हो रही है। ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर।
अच्छा, ये चल रही है?
हाँ सर, फर्स्ट स्लाइड दिस फर्स्ट स्लाइड आई कैन।
थैंक यू मकसूद जी, थैंक यू।
लेकिन आगे भी तो नहीं जा रही है ना?
आगे होगी सर, उस पे माउस का क्लिक कर दीजिए जहां पर आपकी पीपीटी है ना, कहीं
हाँ।
भी क्लिक कर दीजिए पीपीटी पे। पीपीटी पे क्लिक करके अब चेंज कीजिए, हो जाएगा।
ये सेकंड आ गया?
जी सर, सेकंड आ गया।
अच्छा, ठीक है। गुड इवनिंग एवरीबडी. Today I'm going to speak with you regarding the forensic ballistics. What are the role of forensic ballistic in crime investigation? You know that there are a number of crimes took place in the society, and the more heinous crime, more instant crimes took place by with the help of the firearms and their ammunition. So you know, in our country there are different states are there, and different states you see there are regular phenomena took place, and there is a regular killings with the help of the firearms and their ammunition. You see, there are a number of cases, live cases are there. In one case you see in North India, the groom himself died during the celebrity firing. So you see, in northern part of the country, there is one functions are there on the occasion of marriage and on occasion of happiness. They used to celebrate the functions, and that functions you see in one case during the wedding ceremony, you see the groom dies during the celebration of the firing. Groom himself died during the celebrity firing. So there are a number of incidents happening in our country. This celebrity firing, there are a number of accidents took place. This is the second thing you are considering here. 25-year-old one dancer was shot dead with this celebrity firing in Punjab case. And you know that there are regular phenomena. There is a gang wars between the different gang. Sometimes the gangs with some police officers, law enforcement agencies, they used to do the cross firing between them. And during this cross firing also, the target may be anything. So inside this is the one screen you seeing in our screen. The one gangster was shot dead with this police firing. So in public shooting places also, there are a number of shooting cases took place. So why these shootings are done, shooting place? There is a very much importance of the forensic ballistic. Here is the how to investigate the shooting related cases. What was the distance between the victim and the accused? What was the who has fired the gun? Whether the particular bullet or projectile recovered from the scene of crime is fired from a particular gun or not. So all these questions, the answer usually given by the forensic ballistic experts. So how this forensic ballistic experts play the role to investigate this type of the shooting related cases. So this forensic ballistic experts is determine what type of the firearm was used in a particular crime. and what type of the particular bullet was fired from a particular gun, what was the position of the shooter, whether what was the distance between the shooter and the accused, shooter and the victim. So there are a number of incidences took place in our country. Some persons, they are calling from the house and they shoot him in front. And now there is a latest example you can see in Rajasthan also. In one fellow was shot dead in his house himself. So there are a number of incidences like that. So there is a question rises whether the firing took place long distance or the close distance or the close range. So here the role of this ballistic expert is very important to determine the distance of firing. So here position of the shooter and the victim is very, very important to determine how much distance of the accused was he has fired the gun to the victim. Another question also rises by the investigating officer whether the weapon was fired recently or not. We see there are a number of incidences. Some criminal, some accused person may plead that the particular weapon I have not fired at all. So what there you will not get any bullet, you will not get any empty cartridge case from the scene of crimes, and you are just getting the firearm only. But by merely recovering the firearm, we cannot say he has fired the gun. So there is a forensic ballistic evidence are getting from the barrel of the gun. Hence, somebody has fired the gun, the residues are deposited inside the barrel. And if we examine under the in the forensic laboratory whether that particular barrel contain the firearm residues or not. So on the basis of this firearm residue, we can give the opinion that the particular firearm was fired sometime before it was received in the laboratory, or whether it was before test fired in the laboratory. So the importance of the particular weapon is fired or not also given by the forensic ballistic expert. Then another main parameters done by the forensic expert is to estimate the range of firing, what was the distance between victim and the accused, whether the particular person has fired the gun or not, whether the particular person has how much distance. So all these questions are solved by the forensic ballistic expert. Another question is also generally forensic ballistic expert gives whether that particular weapon is in normal working condition or not. So that working order of the firearm and firearm is very, very important. In particularly, there is a scuffle between the two persons with the firearm, or there is some accidental firing took place. In that cases, the working condition of the firearm is very, very important. And this working condition is determined by examining the firearms and their ammunition, firearms condition, their firing mechanism. After all this examination in the laboratory, the forensic ballistic expert give the opinion whether that particular firearm is in working condition or not. Another major the role of the forensic ballistic expert is to whether to determine whether the particular bullet which is recovered from the scene of crime is fired from a particular gun or not. Or sometimes the accused fired the bullet, shoot him, victim, and the bullet is recovered by the body of the victim. In that cases, the ballistic expert examine the bullet with the test bullet under the comparison microscope, and then he determines that particular bullet is there is a individual striation mark present on the recovered bullet is matching with a test bullet. And then he can give the opinion whether the particular bullet is fired from a particular gun or not. Similarly, in fired empty cartridge cases, you know that there are a number of automatic weapons are there in the society. So automatic weapon, what happens when somebody has fired the shoot the gun or fired the gun? So there is some empty cartridge cases are ejected with a particular angle, particular place that depends upon the surface of the where the empty cartridge cases are ejecting. These empty cartridge cases also gives a very, very important information whether that particular empty cartridge case is fired from a particular gun or not. So this empty cartridge case merely, if we get the one single cartridge case from the scene of crime, that single cartridge gives you the a lot of information or forensic information, whether that particular empty cartridge case is high velocity cartridge, whether it is a low velocity cartridge, or whether that is a centered fire cartridge, it is a bolt rifle was used in that, or automatic weapon was there used, or semi-automatic weapon was used in particular crime. That means on the basis of mere one single cartridge case, we can know the type of weapon it has been fired. Then another main important work of the ballistic expert is to identify whether the particular hole caused by the bullet or not. Sometimes somebody is fired the victim and run away. There is a only bullet lodged inside the body, and there is a hole in his cloth. So question rises to the investigating officer whether that particular hole present on the body of the victim is caused by the bullet or not. So in the laboratory, the firearm ballistic experts examine the hole with the help of the sophisticated instrument like a scanning electron microscope, atomic absorption spectrophotometry, and then chemical tested. There are chemical tests are there. On the basis of this chemical and instrumental analysis, the expert give the opinion whether the particular bullet was caused by the bullet or not. So all these questions are given, answers are generally given by the ballistic expert. So there are different types of the forensic ballistic. You see, there are different types of the forensic ballistic in the sense of there is a internal ballistic, then external ballistic, terminal ballistic, wound ballistic. There are different types of the forensic ballistic. So internal ballistic means somebody has loaded the cartridge and cocked the gun and pressed the trigger. What will happen then there? Then huge amount of temperature pressure create inside the gun, and with the help of this force of gases, projectile will come out from the barrel of the gun. This is the firing mechanism. So this, whatever the behavior of the projectile within the gun is called the internal ballistics. And when the bullet come out from the barrel and near the end of the muzzle end, that is called the behavior of the projectile near the end of the muzzle is called the intermediate ballistic. And third one, the behavior of the projectile come out from the barrel and it goes with a straight way or nose on position or trajectory. So, and that the behavior of the projectile in the air, hawa ke andar, in the air, how it behaves, whether it goes on straight on nose on position or with the trajectory path. So all this is called the external ballistic. And when the same type of the bullet is hit to the target and make the injury, that is called the wound ballistic. So that means there are also two types of the ballistics here play the important role. One is the penetration. Bullet may be penetrate inside the body, but doesn't enter the body. This penetration is there only. Another bullet is goes throw and throw. Throw and throw means the bullet goes completely hit the body and come out from the other side. Enter the body and exit the body. That means the throw and throw completely come out from the body of the victim. That is the perforation of the projectile. That means penetration and perforation, there are total two ways. And when we talk about the wound ballistics, the persons had hit to the body and make the injury, or any live thing or animal also we can say, then make the injury, that is called the wound ballistic. Injury makes by the bullet means the wound ballistic. And when the bullet is hit to the non-living thing, non-living things means suppose some wall is there, some tree is there, or some other hard surface is there, and there the bullet make the hole or make some mark on it. That is called the terminal ballistic. So these are the different types of the forensic ballistic. But in forensic ballistic, you see, we are examining only the small arms and their ammunition. Small arms means what weapon? Small arms, as per the general definition, if we say, small arms means the persons can handle the weapon very easily, persons can use the weapon very easily, persons can operate the weapon very easily. That means handling, operation, and the movement of the firearm from one place to the other place is called the small arms. But in 1959's Indian Arms Act, there is a totally different definition is there. What type of the definition is there? That means the whatever the firearm is there, the internal diameter of the barrel is less than 1 inch is called the small arms. Small arms ka definition what is? As per the Arms Act rule, Arms Act 1959, Arms Act says the internal cross-sectional diameter of the barrel is less than 1 inch. That means whatever the firearms are there, their barrel diameter must be less than 1 inch. That comes under the small arms there. So this is the different types of the forensic ballistics. The forensic ballistics, if we say define the forensic ballistic, mean the forensic ballistic is defined to the motion of the projectile only. Motion of the projectile may be inside the gun, outside the gun, inside the target. So forensic ballistics study the projectile, the firearms and their impact, projectiles impact on the body or on the target. So that is the forensic ballistic. Another definition, if we say forensic ballistic, the forensic ballistic is the study of the firearms and ammunition with help to the law and law enforcement agencies and ultimately to the court of law. That means this is the catalyst. Ballistic is the catalyst between the between the technology, between the science and the court. So that is the catalyst is the forensic ballistics related to all type of the crimes took place by the firearm and their ammunition that are also the only the small arms. We are not doing analysis regarding the medium machine gun, big machine gun like generally they are used by the military personnel. We are just this Arms Act we cover under the 1959 Indian Arms Act cases only. And you see, sometimes we see, I have already told you, say there are different role of the firearm experts are there. So you see one question raised by the investigating officer, whether the suspect used the gun to kill that person. So the solution is with the firearm expert, that he will examine it whether there is a gunshot residue present on the shooter's hand or not. On that basis, and then you see, forensic ballistics is a science of the firearm fingerprint science. So if we know that the fingerprints, it's like we are matching the fingerprint from a burglary place, from the stolen articles and other. Here also in forensic firearm examination also, we are searching for the firearms fingerprint are present on the fired bullet or the fire cartridge cases. So this is also the one of the fingerprint, means fingerprint science is used for the purpose of firearm identification. There are a number of identification techniques of the person who has fired the gun. On the basis of the fingerprint, we can identify the individual. Similarly, here also we can identify the firearm, who has the handle, who has fired the gun, and whether the particular firearm has fired from a particular bullet is fired from a particular gun or not. So this forensic firearm expert also plays the important role to examine as a firearm fingerprint expert, also we can say. So this is the guns, whether the particular gun is that killed by the particular person is or not. So this is the one thing firearm expert used to examine, analyze, and give the opinion to the court of law. And did these bullets come out from the gut? I already told you this on the basis of the individual characteristics of the bullet. We can say that particular bullet is fired from a particular gun or not. And barely sometimes you see there is a quarrel between the two persons, and they are scuffling with each other, and somebody's later on some trigger place has been pressed by the accused, and then he plead that sir, I have not been pressed. It was suddenly accidentally pressed by me, or accidentally fired gun. I have not purposefully pressed the trigger. So in that case, the forensic ballistic expert or firearm expert role is to determine whether that particular gun is in accidental zone or not. Whether it is a accidentally can fire the accidentally firearm, or whether that particular person has taken the self-defense or not. If he take the self-defense, So on the basis of the burning, blackening, tattooing, we can say that this was the close range phenomena. If they are not very close range, then we can say there may be somebody has fired the weapon, and he believes that sir, no, for my self-defense only I have pressed the trigger. So there is very important role to played by the forensic ballistic expert to determine whether he has self-defense, he has pressed the trigger for the self-defense or not. Similarly, in cases suicidal and homicidal cases also, firearm experts' role is very, very important to determine whether he has suicidal, he himself has suicide or somebody has murdered him. So in that cases, on the basis of gunshot residue, on the basis of this range estimation of this firearm, we can say that this is the suicidal nature or it is a homicidal nature. Then on the basis of the comparison under the comparison microscope, that particular bullet is recovered from the body of the victim, is fired from a particular gun or not. Under the comparison microscope only, we can say if the individual striation marks are matching of the bullet which is recovered from the body of the victim is matching with the test fired bullet, then and then only we can say that this bullet is fired from a particular gun. Another question rises also, weapon functioning. I have already told you that there are a number of process firearm expert has to do. The one question is also generally asking whether the particular person has fired the gun or not, or whether the particular person has handled the gun or not. On the basis of his cloth, his hands, his wounds, we can determine the range of firing. So this is also very, very important to whether the particular person who has handled the gun or not. So on the basis of the ferro test, iron test, we can say that that particular person, suppose country-made weapon is there, or improvised weapon is there. If they are rusting and somebody has handled that particular gun, so we, if on particular crime spot, if there is a ferro solution is with the investigating or crime scene manager, then he can he can spray on his shooter's hand, and if there is a some pattern or some color change by his hand, then we can say that he has handled the gun. Similarly, on the basis of the gunshot residue particle present on the body of the victim or present on the hands of the accused, we can say that the particular person has fired the gun or not. As I have already told you all this, so forensic ballistic is the science of the firearm, bullet, and their impacts. There is a ballistics, it is a fingerprint science is related to the firearm, whether the particular bullet is fired from a particular gun or not. So on the basis of the type of bullet, type of the firearm, and we can say that particular bullet is from a particular gun. And sometimes you see in cross firing or in gang firing or gang war, somebody has fired the gun, shoot him and run away. In that cases, there remains only the empty cartridge cases at the scene of crime, and there is one bullet recovered in the body, which is recovered by the doctor during the postmortem. So that type of the bullet by merely examining the type of the bullet, we can say that the particular bullet is belong to the low velocity weapon, or whether it is a high velocity weapon, or whether it is which type of the bullet is there. So on the basis of the examination of the bullet, we can say that particular bullet is belong to the particular gun. Similarly, sometimes police personnel or law enforcement agency recover the firearm. Now you are getting, suppose there is a 10 AK-47s or 10 AK-56, how we will recognize? So in that case, there is a important role to play by the firearm expert is to either this is the AK-47, this is one is the AK-56, this one is the AK-56, 76, AK-96, AK-203. So now there is a different models of the AK-47s are coming. Latest model of the AK-47 is AK-203. Amar, are you able to, am I audible? Amar?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yes. So on the basis of this gunshot residue particle, we can determine that particular person has handled the gun, or that particular wound caused by the gunshot is a gunshot or not. So in that way, we can estimate the range of firing. Range of firing means we can determine the determination of the firing distance, we can say. You see, in small arms, I already defined the small arms definition. There is generally, there are two types of the guns. One is the handgun. Generally, we use the both hand. And long guns generally use the shoulder guns. So this is the revolvers and pistols are there. Handguns are there. Is the revolver. What is the difference between revolver and pistols? You see, sometimes you see the questions. There is a total 18 difference are there. 18 different revolver and pistols are there. There is a main difference. You know that forensic personnel should know that there is a revolving cylinder, and in pistol there is a magazines are there. Their capacities are totally different. And there is pistol is a semi-automatic pistol, and revolver is the single action and double action. Single action means press the hammer and press the trigger. That means the bullet will come out from the barrel. And double action means he has to press the more pressure to the finger, and then bullet come out from the barrel of the gun. So there is a revolver, double action revolver, and the semi-automatic method. Then there is a shoulder guns are there. I'm not going detail to you. But in our country, you know that as per the National Crime Record Bureau, there is a data says that about the 70 to 80% crime case took place with the help of this country-made pistols, or we can say Deshi Katta. Somebody says the improvised pistol, somebody says country-made pistol, Deshi Katta. There is also different types of the zip guns, then frag guns. There are a lot of names out there. So this is some country-made firearms generally used by the criminals. Because of this, there is a reason of using of these country-made pistols, because it is made easily in a local places by the blacksmith and locally available material. These people, these criminals or antisocial elements are manufacturing, or they are making this type of the weapon where the standard ammunitions are available. They are not manufacturing the ammunition. Very less people are manufacturing the ammunition, but they are manufacturing the guns, country-made guns, improvised pistols. So this is the different types of the country-made pistols. This is the country-made revolvers are also. Sometimes the finishing of the revolver or pistols are so nice that you cannot recognize, you cannot say that this is the regular one or this is the improvised one. So this is the different types of the country-made pistols, and improvised revolvers are also there. So this is the improvised pistols you see. These are the prototype firearms of the standard ammunition. That means there is a duplicate firearms they are manufacturing as a standard firearm. So that means you see these are the all semi-automatic weapons are there. You see there is a ammunition I'm saying, you see there ammunitions are standard ammunition 7.65, but pistols are, you see, you are seeing as a finishing is very good, as equal as a ditto as a standard pistol, but their ammunitions is a factory made one. But other pistols are these are to be illegally manufactured, we can say. So this is the improvised rifles are also there in particularly northeastern country, eastern part of our country. They are still the peoples are using improvised rifles. This is the one case we have received. Sometimes you see whether the particular firearms, one firearm can fire a multiple caliber of the projectile or not. Yes, we can say that. So this is the one gun which is was received in the forensic laboratory for the analysis of whether there was a 3 bullet injuries were there, and that 3 bullet injuries were different. The question rises whether that and investigating officer recovered the one gun only. So after the thorough investigation, he has recovered another, then 2 barrels are also. So that means one bullet, one firearm can fire a multiple caliber of the fire, multiple caliber of the ammunition. So this is the example of that. Sometimes we see this is the 3 barrel. There is adapters. They have already made their adapters to fix that particular gun. The gun mechanism is the same here, but the barrels they used to change it. And you see there is a pen pistol. There are different types of the. This is the one example which is received in the laboratory for examination. Pen pistol, then lock guns are there, then mobile guns are also there, and then their umbrella guns is also. There are different types of the improvised pistol. We can say also it is a frag gun or it is a zip guns are also there. So sometimes they are manufacturing locally, manufacturing very simple lathe machines they are using. And this case, one whole factory was recovered, was seized by the police. And they used to very simple process they are adapting to manufacturing standard improvised ammunition, firearms and ammunition. So this one we see here, there is a locks are there. Our lock system, no, they have a lever. They are used as a trigger. And this is the one rod, brass rod is there, and they make to use the bullet and cartridge cases, you see. Even firing percussion cap also they are manufacturing with this the help of this simple lathe machine. So this is the one, another factory was seized by the police investigating officer here. This in factory, they used to manufacture the improvised pistols. So there is a one block they used to take it, and then they make this machines use or cutter, heavy cutter, and they make their. You see, this is the one improvised one iron plate is there, and then they make the one by one pieces, each other different pieces. Then their slots are there. Then pistons they are manufacturing. Then manufacturing the magazine. Then they manufacturing the firing pin. Then manufacturing the everything, different parts they are manufacturing. And then you see, they don't have any standard machinery they are using. Very simple, easy to use, and they are locally manufacturing, you see. So these are the one factory where the police officer has seized this factory. And standard ammunition, you see, this is the different types of the standard ammunition. So there you see, there is a different types of the shape, size, and bullet shapes and size also different. I will come on that one. So this is the another type of the that is called the blank cartridges are there. So this is the solid bullet. We see these solid bullets are. We see this is a sharp nose are there, sharp nose. Sometimes there is a blunt nose is also there. That depends upon the type of the fire. So purposefully, there are two types of the bullets are generally in the forensic ballistics generally is a jacketed, and another one is the non-jacketed. Non-jacketed means there is a only lead bullets are there, lead shaped bullets are there, or without covered bullet, without jacket. That is called the lead bullet. Another one is the jacketed. These are the jacketed bullets of the rifle. So I'm not going deeply here also. Generally, one cartridge gives a cartridge consists of a complete assembly. That is the bullet, cartridge case, propellant, and percussion cap. So this one cartridge case, cartridge makes the complete assembly, not a single component. Cartridge or ammunition is not a single. Ammunition, so if we define the ammunition, what you will define it? Ammunition is the assembly which create a power inside the gun. Power inside the gun means that ammunition consists of not only one part of the ammunition. Ammunition consists the bullet, powder, primer, and cartridge case. Similarly, in 12-bore cases also, there is a powder, there is a gunshot, paper wads are there, there is a primer is also the same. But instead of here is a one cartridge case, there is a bullet, one bullet is there, and there is a shotgun. अब इसमें मैं आपको एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग एक बताना चाहता हूँ. एक पंजाब में there was a one crime took place, and the crime took place. There was a one sugarcane field was there. At the one end, the two person had fired the gun, and another end on the other side of the field, the people had heard the gunshot. So ये case goes to the benefit goes to the accused in lower court, benefit goes to the high court, benefit goes to the accused side. But in Supreme Court, what happened? there was the person, or we can say eyewitness. They say that from the other side of the field they shot, साहब गोली का आवाज आ गया. गोली का आवाज का मतलब क्या होता है? गोली का आवाज मतलब, गोली का मतलब एक बुलेट होती है. And they use the shotgun. Actually, there are multiple pellets are there. तो जब ये कोर्ट में गया केस, तो वो बोला साहब मैंने गोली का 2 बुलेट, गोली का आवाज सुना. गोली का मतलब क्या होता है? एक बुलेट. और इसमें ये केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गया, और इसमें एक्यूज को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको हेल्ड अप कर दिया. तो कभी कभी ध्यान में रखना होता है कि अब अदर पार्टी को भी ये होना चाहिए कि यार रियली ये बुलेट है, ये सिंगल बुलेट है या मल्टीपल पेलेट्स है. तो ये चीजें बहुत बहुत आवश्यक होती है जब आप फोरेंसिक बीइंग ए फोरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट हो और आप भी फोरेंसिक साइंस के स्टूडेंट हो. तो ऐसे केसेस में आपको ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट मायने रखता है कि whether there was a gun, different pellets were fired through the 12 bore gun or the single bullet was fired. तो गोली का आवाज सुनने का मतलब, गोली का मतलब ये होता है एक सिंगल बुलेट, एंड पेलेट्स का मतलब होता है डिफरेंट नंबर ऑफ शॉट्स आर देयर. Sometimes on the basis of this head stamp marking, generally we are getting the old cartridge cases from debris or some other countries or some other part of the country. So people are also bringing some cartridges inside the country, and they don't have any marking. You see here is a 05, here is also 193, 171 or something is there. So this is the only the factory code and year of manufacturing. अब ये जो ऊपर का जो आप देख रहे हैं 93 वाला, मैंने ऊपर का मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है, तो इसका मतलब ऊपर का जो है ना वो है दैट इज द फैक्ट्री कोड एंड 93 इज द ईयर ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. इसका मतलब ये रहा कि दिस इज द मैन्युफैक्चर्ड इन द कंट्री नॉर्थ कोरिया कंट्री. सिमिलरली ये 05 और 90 है. 05 is the code of the country where it has been manufactured, and this 90 means it has been 90 means it's a year of the manufacturing. So ये चाइना का कार्टिज है AK-47 का. और sometimes you see ये भी AK-47 7.62 into 39 mm. तो 7.62 into 39 mm ये AK-47 के लिए भी वही कार्टिज यूज होता है, और 7.62 into 39 these are also used in the AK-56 साल के लिए. तो मतलब AK सीरीज के सभी सीरीज के लिए that 7.62 into 39 mm cartridges are generally used, and 7.62 into 51 mm, that means our self-loading rifle. There are different types of the guns. The self-loading rifle ke liye, this one. So what shows do you you are knowing about the 7.62 39? 7.62 is the caliber of the weapon, and 39 is the length of the cartridge case. Length of the cartridge case. So whenever you get the such type of the 7.62 into 39 mm, it means 39 is nothing but it is the length of cartridge cases. Similarly in lower portion also. So this numeric symbol and numeric data on the head stamp marking, we can identify that the particular ammunition is manufactured in a particular country. Sometimes POF होता है. POF मतलब पाकिस्तान ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री. हमारे यहाँ क्या है कि VOF है, ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री वरनगांव. ऐसा चीजेस में भी ये आता है कि ये कहाँ से मैन्युफैक्चर हुआ है. सो दिस इज द थिंग. ये 12 बोर गन में ये देखिए, तो सिंगल बुलेट में तो सिंगल बुलेट विल कम आउट फ्रॉम द बैरल, बट हियर आफ्टर सर्टेन डिस्टेंस, आफ्टर कमिंग फ्रॉम द एंड ऑफ द बैरल, there is a pellets are there. Pellets are coming, and after certain distance, these pellets start to spread on the target material. Or if the target is within that range, this pellet used to deposit on the target material. So these pellets, up to a certain, when these 12 bore guns are fired, up to a certain distance is fired as a ejecta, as a close, as a ejecta, we can as a bunch of the pellets. But up to certain distance, it start to reduce, or it start to increase also, spread also. There are different, that is why in most of the 12 bore guns, there is a choking start took place. Then choking, choke, CHOCK. Choking का क्यों किया जाता है कि to restrict the pellet or to increase the pellet after a certain distance. I'm not going deeply. And this rifle, why we say the 303 rifle, 7.62 rifle, and this rifle is nothing but there is a lance and grooves inside the barrel. With the help of this rifling, we can increase the range of firing. We can increase the so these are this is the rifle. This is it's called the rifling, and portion is called the grooving. So गन का लैंड बुलेट के ऊपर क्या होगा, ग्रूव होगा. ये ध्यान में रखना, ये कोई आपको बताएगा नहीं ये चीज. और अपोजिट वाइस वर्सा. तो ये कम टाइम, ये कब, ये देखिए इसमें कितनी है, जितना भी इसके लैंड्स एंड ग्रूव्स है, ये कभी कभी somebody has fired the gun and this gas is also deposited around this in this fashion. तो उसी गनशॉट इंजरी से भी आप बता सकते हो कि ये कितने कैलिबर का वेपन है, इसका लैंड्स एंड ग्रूव्स कितना है, इसका किस 5 लैंड्स एंड ग्रूव्स है तो 303 राइफल है, 6 लैंड्स एंड ग्रूव्स है तो ये SLR है, ये 4 लैंड्स एंड ग्रूव्स है तो ये AK-47 है. तो ये that is the purpose. So sometimes this surrounding the gunshot injury, so there is a blackening around there is a rifling. How much riflings are there? So blackening is formed on this basis of the rifling sometimes, not always. So this is the rifling. This rifling, left hand turning, right hand turning, left hand direction, right hand direction. So this is the rifling done. So this is the distance between one rifle, one land to land is called the caliber of. That is why we can say that 303-inch caliber, 7.62 into 39 mm caliber, caliber and bore. Bore का भी मैं आपको बताऊंगा. Bore का होता है, क्या होता है? Caliber का मतलब होता है कि distance between one land to cross sectional another land. That is called the land. But 12 bore का क्या होता है? 1/12 inch, 1/12 part of the barrel of the one blade make in such a 12 number of pellets kept inside the barrel of the gun. That is called the 12 bore. और 14 bore, 16 bore का क्या होगा? 1 pound weight कॉमन रहेगा, उसका 1/16, 1/14 part उसके हो जाएंगे, उसको that is 40th bore, 12 bore, 40th bore, 16 bores are there. Sometimes you see ये bullet का particle होती, comparison microscopy, synapse crime, we see different types of the deformed pellets, bullets are we are getting. And from this basis only, very small information on this basis only, we have to give the opinion whether the particular jacket material is fired from a particular gun or not. So this is this comparison, this type of the comparison required the skill, this required the knowledge, skill required the experience. On that basis only, firearm expert can give the opinion whether that particular lead piece, jacketed piece is fired from a particular gun or not. So this is the striation. So now you also raising one question. Suppose there is a 4 lands and grooves, right hand twist are there. We know that this is AK-47. But suppose on the these are the there is some classical characteristics marks of the gun, and there is a individual classical characteristics also. So classical characteristics में क्या होता है कि there is a 4 lands and grooves is a classical characteristic. Classical marks is there. Number of lands and grooves is a classical mark. There is a width of the lands and grooves is a classical characteristic mark. The forensic expert, while his comparison under the comparison microscope with the evidence bullet with a test bullet, he is not comparing classical, he is not considering classical characteristics. He has to consider the individual striation mark. Otherwise, आप बोलोगे कि 10 गन दे दिया और आप बोलो कि 10 गन का तो सेम ही है, classical 4 lands and grooves, right hand twist है. How you can determine? No. We are giving the opinion on the basis of the individual striation marks, not classical characteristics mark. So this is the bullet comparison we are seeing under this comparison microscope. Comparison microscope nothing but it's a compound microscope. Here we can see one bullet we kept here, another bullet another side, and we consecutively a juxtaposition we can say. Juxtaposition, superimposition we can say. We compare with each other and superimpose the individual striation mark, and then only we can say that particular bullet is fired from a particular gun. This is the bullet marking you see here. We see under the comparison microscope, this is the perfect matching with the evidence bullet with the test bullet. From this portion, sometimes it depends upon the expert to expert. Sometimes this small patch of the bullet jacket portion is recovered from the scene of crime, or from the body of the victim. That basis only we can give the opinion whether the particular patch is fired from a particular gun. So this is the other fired mark empty cartridge cases. I told you there is different phenomena. Once loaded the cartridge cases, there is a ejector, bullet come out from the barrel, then firearm is extracted, empty cartridge case extracted, that is the extractor mark. Some firing pin is striking, that is the firing pin mark on the empty cartridge cases. Then pressure is developed inside the gun, that pressure is also inside the barrel. Individual cartridge marks comes out the empty cartridge case, that is the chamber mark. Cartridges after all the process is completed, cartridge is ejected, that is called the ejector mark. That means one cartridge give the golden mine evidence to the forensic expert or investigating officer. तो ये फायरिंग प्रोसेस मैं आपको पूरा नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि ये देखिए ये बहुत बड़ा ये है. This is the firing pin mark. You see here, this is a firing pin hit. There is a blast took place. Huge amount of temperature pressure create inside the gun. Now in this case here, there is no riflings are there. After this burning of this propellant, there is a lance and groove on the emerging plates. You see, there is a lance and groove. So these lance and grooves are impressed after it comes out from the barrel of the gun. These are the different types of the cartridge cases, low velocity. This is all are, you see, this is the parallel shape. Parallel shape cartridges are always low velocity weapon. Bottleneck shapes are always high velocity weapon. So you see somebody has fired the gun. You see there is some gases are also coming. There is also gas is nothing but it's a smokeless gas. And you see these gas are also coming as per the Newton's third law of motion. Some amount of energy utilized to propel the projectile, some energy recoiled back also. Similarly, Newton's third law of motion is, so kuch gas is properly utilized to propel the projectile from the barrel. Some gas also recoil back also. So ये recoil gas जो है shooter के hand पर deposited. Some gas is utilized to propel the projectile from the barrel, but this gas also deposited the shooter's hand, his face, his ear, and then this gas is not a simple gas. This gas consists of I told you this, when the gas, we press the trigger and firing pin hit to the percussion cap of the cartridge case, huge amount of temperature pressure. Temperature means at the rate of 3,300 degree temperatures are created inside the gun. And with the help of 3,003 degree temperature, this gas is suddenly cooled out once he come out from the barrel. So yes, suddenly cooled gas is not a simple gas. It is a gunshot residue. The gunshot residues formed generally with the help of this lead, antimony, and barium. ये lead, antimony, barium ये जब 3,300 डिग्री टेम्परेचर पे मेल्ट होते हैं तो ये अपना अलग अस्तित्व निर्माण करते हैं जब ये बाहर आते हैं. And that अलग अस्तित्व है, that particle is known as a gunshot residue particle. You see, ये है who has handled the gun, handling the gun. I told you, किसी ने प्रेस किया, country made weapon है, rusted gun है, तो ये जहाँ पर उसने कॉक किया, उसने ट्रिगर को प्रेस किया, तो ये सब उसके हाथ पे हैंडलिंग का ये फेरो टेस्ट बोलते हैं उसको. तो इससे हम बता सकते हैं कि ये इसने हैंडल किया कि नहीं. ये गनशॉट रेसिड्यू पार्टिकल जनरली ये वेब एरिया में होता है और ये जनरल position of the gunshot residue particle, we can say it is a country made, or whether it is a suicidal nature or it is a homicidal nature. तो जब भी कोई फायर करता है तो उसके हैंड पर या ऐसा गनशॉट रेसिड्यू ऐसे वेब पोर्शन पे डिपॉजिट होता है. अब कोई यदि मैनिपुलेट करता है, किसी को मर्डर करके उसके हाथ में थमा देता है तो उसके हाथ के पाम पोर्शन पे गनशॉट रेसिड्यू पार्टिकल मिलता है. कभी एंट्री साइड होगी ना तो क्लोज रेंज से फायर कर दिया, एंट्री साइड पे हमेशा आपको गनशॉट रेसिड्यू पार्टिकल मिलेगा, एग्जिट साइड पे गनशॉट रेसिड्यू पार्टिकल नहीं मिलेंगे. तो इससे हम पता चलता है कि विच पार्ट ऑफ द विच इज द एंट्री होल और विच इज द एग्जिट होल. आपको ये भी बताना ये होना चाहिए कि आपको भी पता होना चाहिए कि हमेशा इन शूटिंग केसेस द एंट्री इज ऑलवेज लेस देन एग्जिट होल. क्यों? क्योंकि इसका आपने जाता है when the bullet come out from the barrel and hit to the body, it make the hole because it has a once the bullet traveling in the target behind the once when the bullet is traveling behind the bullet, shock wave is also traveling behind the bullet. bullet make the entry inside the body by making the hole, by making the entry inside the bullet. But what about the shock waves? That shock waves also coming from that particular hole made by the bullet, and they are bullet generally in body 70% are body made by the water. So generally bullet stable by deforming or by destabilizing the other part of the body like a lung and other. But these shock waves are very high frequency and they are disturbed. They are broken the heart and lung and then make it body. So this is the part of the you see this is the gunshot residue particle generally we found at the scene of crime. तो इन दिस वे ये डिस्टेंस फायरिंग हम कर देते हैं. ठीक है. तो ये बर्निंग ब्लैकनिंग, बर्निंग इज फॉर्म ड्यू टू द हॉट गैसेस, बर्निंग इज फॉर्म ड्यू टू द हॉट फ्लेम. आप देखिए यहाँ पर ये हॉट फ्लेम है, एकदम बैरल के नजदीक है, बैरल के जस्ट 1 या 2 इंच 3 इंच के बीच में यदि टारगेट है तो दैट फ्लेम इज आल्सो बर्निंग. सो समटाइम if the close range, very close range is there, the burning is formed around the gunshot wound, that is called the burning. अब the distance थोड़ा बढ़ाइए अभी 1 फीट आ जाइए या 3 फीट से 3 इंच से ज्यादा आ लीजिए. तो sometimes the gaseous particle also deposited around the gunshot wound, that is called the blackening. And आप उसको और distance बढ़ाइए 1 feet 2 feet 3 feet जाइए. So sometimes behind the bullet some unburned propellant particle or partially burned propellant particle also traveling behind the bullet and they are deposited on the gunshot wound and they are called the tattooing. On the basis of burning, blackening, tattooing, इसका मतलब क्या हो गया कि in the basis of the burning, blackening, tattooing we can estimate the range of firing. Burning is formed due to the hot gas, hot flame. Blackening is formed due to the hot gases and tattooing is formed due to the unburned propellant particle and partially burned propellant particle. So that is why this on the basis of gunshot injury we can estimate the range of firing. तो ये बर्निंग है, ये देखिए बर्निंग है, ये गन निकला, यहाँ जो फ्लेम निकलती है आपने रात को देखा होगा ना कि ये रात में फ्लेम निकलती है. फ्लेम आल्सो ट्रेवल्स अप टू ए सर्टेन डिस्टेंस. इफ द टारगेट इज विद इन दैट रेंज, दैट दिस लोअर आप फिगर देखिए उसमें ये बर्निंग आती है. Similarly, blackening is also traveling up to a certain distance. If the target is within that range, that are the gunshot, the blackening also deposited around the gunshot. Similarly, this is the blackening. You see the tattooing. Tattooing is unburned propellant particle. ये chemically test किया है. पहले तो नजदीक 3 इंच में तो डार्क है और ज्यादा gunshot residue particle propellant tattooing है तो डेंसिटी ज्यादा है. जैसा जैसा डिस्टेंस बढ़ेगा वैसा वैसा इसका पार्टिकल डेंसिटी बड़ा हो जाएगा. तो ये है टैटूइंग. टैटूइंग इज अनबर्न्ड प्रोपेलेंट पार्टिकल. ये पैलेट नहीं है, ये ध्यान में रखना. तो ये है पैलेट. ये पैलेट में टैटूइंग आपको डिफरेंस आना चाहिए. तो ये सब चीजें हो गई. मैचिंग का मैं आपको बाद में बताऊंगा. तो ये AK-47 है. AK-47 के लिए ना सब अलग उस पे फायरिंग पिन, ब्रिज स्पेस, एक्सट्रैक्टर, इजेक्टर मार्क्स जनरली गेटिंग फ्रॉम द एवरी टाइप ऑफ द फायरआर्म. दो इट इज ए कंट्री मेड पिस्टल और इट इज ए ऑटोमेटिक पिस्टल और इट इज ए स्टैंडर्ड पिस्टल. तो ये इतना रह गया है और ज्यादातर केसेस में ये आजकल की लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है 3D टेक्नोलॉजी, integrated ballistic identification में हम generally we used to compare the under the comparison microscope optics है 10 magnification 10 into 10 magnification में हम देखते हैं. लेकिन ये 3D इमेज होती है. 3D इमेज में हम क्या करते हैं, आंखों को तो हम 3D देखते हैं लेकिन मशीन क्या दिखेगा 2D देखता है. ये 3D इमेज आ रहे हैं. तो ये मैचिंग का केसेस है. ये देखिए ये फायरिंग पिन मार्क है. ये फायरिंग पिन मार्क. ये देखिए ये इजेक्टर मार्क है. ये फायरिंग पिन मार्क है डिफरेंट. इसका देखिए ये फायरिंग पिन मार्क है. ये कंट्री मेड पिस्टल का. ये देखिए ये कंपैरिजन माइक्रोस्कोप का आपको ये फिगर दिख रहा है. ये देखिए ये ब्रिज स्पेस मार्क है. ये देखिए ये यहाँ पर ब्रिज स्पेस मार्क है. ये ब्रिज स्पेस मार्क है. एक बुलेट रिकवर कार्टिज केस है, एक टेस्ट कार्टिज केस है. ये सब ब्रिज स्पेस मार्क है. और ये मैं रिकोचेट को आपको बता दूंगा. रिकोचेट का सिंपली एक डेफिनेशन है, some bullet hit to the hard surface and change its direction, that is called the ricochet. रिकोचेट की मैं आपको ज्यादातर और ये पूरा ग्लास फायरिंग का इम्पैक्ट होता है. कैसा होता है, रेडियल क्रैक होते हैं, कॉन्सेंट्रिक क्रैक होते हैं, ये सब भी होते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये चीजें हैं। ये गनशॉट रेसिड्यू का इंपॉर्टेंट रोल टू डिसाइड द whether it is a suicidal case or it is accidental case or it is a murder case. ठीक है, तो मैं इस पे यहाँ रुक जाता हूँ। अमर, ओवर टू यू। Amar?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir,
Ah.
for an excellent session. Now,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir. Now session is open for question and answer. Participants, please ask the questions. Yes, ma'am, please ask your question. Unmute yourself and ask. एक second. IT team, please unmute to Manasri Mane. Dr. Manasri Mane.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, I have one question. जैसे bullets पे we have lands and grooves, so that we can use for comparison. Sir, but what
Yes.
about pellets? How do we proceed for comparison in case you want to know what pellets have been shot, or how do you go for comparison or analysis of pellets?
Yes, a good question. Generally, the pellets are very different diameters are there, different weight and diameters are also there. But sometimes now, so LG shot, MG shot, and HG shot, there is a 6, 7, 8, 9 pellets are there. वो जो बड़े बड़े पेलेट होते हैं ना, बड़े बड़े छर्रे, उसका कंपैरिजन हो सकता है, लेकिन छोटे छोटे का कंपैरिजन नहीं होता।
Okay,
जैसा कि
okay.
1 नंबर 2 नंबर A B जो होता है ना, तो
Yes, sir.
उसका होता है, छोटे छोटे का नहीं कर सकते कंपैरिजन।
Okay.
बड़े बड़े लेड पेलेट का, जैसे कि राइफल्ड गन है, राइफल्ड स्लग है, लेड का, उसका कर सकते हैं।
Okay, okay, sir. Sir, and one more question. With respect to GSR, you mentioned that we will analyze lead, barium, and antimony. So only lead, barium, antimony is only used for confirming or saying it is GSR, or do we look for other elements also?
There are 22 elements are there, but we majorly consider the lead antimony barium. And these lead antimony bariums, if the lead antimony, जब जैसा कि मैं बता रहा हूँ, एग्जाम्पल ऑक्यूपेशनल भी है, कोई गैरेज मैकेनिक है, ड्राइवर है, चेन स्मोकर है, उसके हैंड पे आपको ना एंटीमनी बहुत मिलेगा, लेड भी मिल सकता है, लेकिन उसमें कभी आपको बेरियम नहीं मिलेगा। सो lead antimony barium is the characteristics element of the GSR.
Okay, okay. So we only look for 3 main elements.
Yes, main. Though there are a considerable other 22 elements are also there.
Okay, 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 sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So now, in last, I want to conclude today's session.
Acha.
So there was 5 plenary session. All are excellent sessions by eminent resource person. So I want to thanks to all our eminent resource person, Dr. N.P. Wagmare sir, Dr.
Thank you.
Tarakant ji, Professor B.P. Mishra, and others. So now I also thanks to my team. 2 research scholars are very actively helping me for organizing this 7 days online faculty development program. IT team, Maqsood ji, for supporting for coordinating every IT technical issues. So thank you, Shrutika. Thank you, Arjun and IT team, Maksud ji. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Now,
Amar.
please share. Yes, sir, please.
Amar, I'm very thankful to your Vice Chancellor, and you are giving me the opportunity to deliver my lectures. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. I will convey
Thank
your message to ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Shrutika, please share the attendance cum feedback form of the day here as well as in WhatsApp group. So everyone, thank you very much. Please also check your WhatsApp group, okay? Of AFS, FDP, FST 2023. Thank you very much for your coordination, your cooperation, your attendance. So now in chat box, that message shared by Ms. Shrutika. Thank you, everyone. IT team, you can close after 5 minutes. Okay. IT टीम को मैसेज करो।
मैं बैग ले आता हूँ उधर
हाँ
से।
ले आओ, उसे सब बंद करो। हो गया खत्म।
हाँ उधर से बंद हो गया, बाथरूम बंद करना, बैठ जाओ बाथरूम।
बाथरूम जानी